Oh, I was muted. Hi, chat. Hi. Hello. Hello. Okay. Are we ready for some Minecraft? Are we? I'm ready. I don't really have a plan today, but I get the house alone, so might as well. Thank you for the hearts. Hello. Need that on shuffle. Why is it on shuffle? Okay. Hopefully it recognizes my game. It was recognizing it literally seconds ago, so if you could recognize it now, that would be great. Oh, are we not? Do we not want to? I don't think we want to, chat. Hello? Hello? Excuse me. You're literally picking up the game sounds. I hear you. Why are you not? I can see that you're picking up. Why are you not picking it up? Can I not have Scuff for like one day? I beg. Oh, okay. So now you work. Nope. You don't work. Does that work? Yeah. Okay. I don't really have a plan. I'm kind of alone and sad. There's no one here for me. My guess is just flying. I hope she doesn't fly away. I made a chicken coop though, and I have a baby chicken in there. I made it a baby chicken forever because I love baby chickens. I also think they're getting stuck in here. Hi, Gandalf. I think they're getting stuck. I can't really let them out because if I let them out this way, they're just gonna leave. Oh. Why is it locked? Why is it doing that? Can I just lock my model? Thank you. Okay. I think maybe if I make this bigger, it'll be less of a problem. The baby! How did you get? Oh wait, that's one of the babies. Oh, you scared me. Don't do that. Yeah, that's safe, right? Oh. Wait, I don't have any seeds. Wait, wait, come back. Wait, look, seeds, look, food. Wait, I didn't know you'd leave. Wait, no, come back. Thank you. You live here now. So you gotta live here. Yeah, see? Wow, how beautiful. Let me just close that right up. How do I get the other baby? Baby, look, I have seeds. Do you want seeds? Baby chicken, please. Come on, look, I have seeds. Oh, I guess that works. So we're gonna have to make that side longer too. Okay. So as long as I don't do anything stupid, that should be fine. I think. Where's the other baby chicken? Is it under? Oh. Oh, it is under. Okay. They really like the house for some reason. And I don't know how to get them, like, to not be obsessed with the house. Because it just gets stuck right there. I mean, they move kind of. Why do they do that? Why do you do that? Okay, I couldn't be bothered, but I do have an egg area now. It's not amazing, but it'll be there eventually. Okay. They may not register the trapdoors. Is that? Maybe. Oh, like they're trying to get up? Hmm. Maybe. I don't know, but I don't know how to make it look like small and cute without it. Without it doing that. I think this is when we just take the L and say it's good enough. I wanted to work on my geode a little bit more, but I think it's okay for now. She's not the prettiest, and it's definitely chunky. And I want to turn all this into like deep slate to kind of make it look a bit better, but I don't know. Making stuff that looks natural in Minecraft is like, I think, my biggest thing right now. And then I still need to make my farm, which I think I was gonna make over there for you guys. How's my water chicken doing? We still need to name her. Hello. You kind of just chill here. I think I have a watering issue. I think that's like one block is pushing them in, because my axolotl gets stuck there too. I just can't. I think I vaguely can see it. I have no buckets. How do I make a bucket again? There we go. I kind of want to keep my water chicken though. My water chicken's iconic. But I also don't know. Okay, well that helped the axolotl. So that's okay. Maybe water chicken's just destined to stay in here. What version are you in? Because maybe you can use shelves. Oh my god, wait! I could use shelves! I am in that version! Do you think that would look cute? What color? I wanted to make it pink, but then I was like, maybe not. Oh, there's a zombie. Hello! Ouch. Ouch. Get away from my horse. I have sweeping edge. I think I definitely am in the version that can create shelves. I just don't shelf. Pale oak's cute. Do like a white? Or do we just go all pink? Oh yeah, it's just strip logs. What is this? What is that? Wait, hold on. What is a crafter? Hello? What was that? What was that? What is this? A dropper? How do you make a dropper? Cobblestone and redstone. I have redstone. I have a lot of redstone actually. Do I have any cobblestone? I think I've just been deep slate. I think all my cobblestone got turned into stone. Oh my god, we need to find... I need a lot of things. I need a better storage. Right now I only have the storage underneath my thing and it's honestly kind of sad. Dropper, give this to me. How do I make that one thing that you showed me? Crafter, yes, what is this? Dropper, crafting table, redstone, iron. Okay. I don't have a crafting table on me, but I can make one. Crafting table, dropper, redstone. Frick. The crafter is a redstone thingy. It's an auto crafter. Is it? I've never used it, but from what I know, it can take items and auto-craft them into full items with a redstone input. I may be wrong, though. Oh, wait! Is that what they're doing over here? I think they have an iron farm that auto-crafts. Wait, could I get, like, an auto-crafter for, like, cakes? Can I just make an auto-crafter? Because, oh my god, how do I get up here successfully? I hate this area. Make a staircase down, but you don't make a staircase up. Yeah, because they have an iron farm up here, and it crafts them, it crafts them into blocks of iron. Which is actually really smart, I won't lie. Oh. Oh, that's a sign. I was like, what is that? So I could make like an auto crafter, because the whole thing is I want to be like a baker. I want to be a cute little baker girl. Oh wait, there are stairs though, just not fully. That's the whole reason I started this area. I guess I don't really need that, but I can for getting out. Because I want to like make cakes and stuff and be a cute little baker on the server. I'm not redstone savvy enough to figure that out though. Neither am I. So you know, I think that's a great thing we should do today. Rickroll. Being a baker and MC is so whimsy. Ah! I'm just so whimsical. What can I say? Okay. Crafter. Whoa! Okay. Now, should we make a separate building for, like, the baking? Or should it be, like, the bottom is the bakery, and then the top is, like, my house? Because I could do either, I guess. Also, I'm taking up so much space in this area. I feel so bad. Wait, I want to see how this works. Oh. Oh. Wait, how do you make a cake? Cake. Yes. Are there different types of cake house for making cake? Yeah, but that's too, like, I feel like that's too much. Also, my house show Joe Dinky. Inky? Can I call you Inky? I like, thank you for the follow. They had a new variants? Wait, I kind of want different variants of chickens. And have, like, a bunch of mixed. Oh, that would be so cute. Wait. Yeah, don't look at my bedroom, guys. It's kind of lacking. Because I have a few of the dogs already. I have the normal white dog, and then I have this dog, which I love these dogs. Cheeto. Maho showed Joe Doinky. Wait, I just denied that on accident. I meant to accept it. It's because Ho's in the name. Sorry, I didn't mean to deny it. I read it though. It's their fault for putting accept and decline so close together, okay? I love my pond. My pond's so whimsy. So whimsical. I don't know how to pronounce it in writing. No, that's so good. I don't know. Should we get rid of this? I don't really want to get rid of my nether portal, but it's also just not giving. Call me Doinky? I bet. Because, like, it's just not giving. It's not giving nether portal. At first, I wanted to do the amethyst, but it's so different from everything else I'm doing. And it's in a really awkward spot. Like, I don't know. Because I thought the barn being there would be cute. But then I took down the barn because I didn't like the barn. Hear me out. I am free for that. Cake themed nether portal. How would I do that? Because, like, I like it. It's just not... Build the cake machine around the portal. Save space. Could. I don't know, because I wanted the nether portal, and this is like a cute little area, but they put their thing there. This was supposed to be like pushed back into this corner. But then Zippy put a staircase to get down to this house a bit easier. So like it's cute, but it just feels too chunky. Unless we decorate it. I don't know. It just feels like it's off-putting. That space is very off-putting, I guess, in general. I utilized the, what is that called? Waterfall? I used the waterfall. So then I can put, like, a little pond right there. It does look a smidge out of place. It does. What if I tried to, like... What if I broke this area down more? I can't... The problem is I can't terraform to save my life. I am severely bad at terraforming. But I feel like that wall's just too straight. So we might get rid of the nether portal eventually. I just don't know what I'd put here. Because I did originally have a barn, but I feel like the barn was just a little out of place. I think I want the barn over there. That way I can keep... Hello? That way I can keep, my animals, I guess, a little close by. There's also a cute area over there. I don't know, I just feel bad taking up too much space. I have a really bad habit of just, like, I expanded this area a lot. And, like, everyone else has, like, a singular house. Some people's houses aren't even built yet. And I'm just like, yes. Oh, I have the sponges, I see. Okay, so what do I need? I guess. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? Wait, I have a book. Where's my book? My book. Build geo portal, move barn, get mending book. I have that done. Build geo portal, move geo portal? Question mark. Make barn. Because I had the idea, like, this could be, like, the actual, like, cafe area. Like, bakery. But I don't know if I want a different house just for the cake. Me don't know. Me brain hurt trying to think. Hi, Ratio. No. I have so many ideas in my head, but, like, executing them is extremely difficult for me. I don't know why. Also, why are you here? You're supposed to be over here. I didn't see this model before. Thank you. It's relatively new. Oh, the trees. Why aren't you over in this corner more? Egg. Water egg. Should I give these back to Brick now that they're stone? Oop. Oh no. I have no inventory. Yeah, I'll go give these back to him. It's a ratio, not... It's radio... Radio, not ratio? I'm so dyslexic. I read that as ratio. We'll just put them in here. Rato? Oh. Oh. Chat, your streamer's kind of dumb. Okay. I'm just gonna get rid of it. We'll suffer. Oh wait, I can't get rid of it. I need Silk Touch. Get rid of those, don't I? Oh. No one got it right the first time? Oh, okay. I'm gonna put this back kind of how it was, and then I'm just gonna cry. I think that's my plan. Like I said, building stuff naturally looks so bad to me. I really don't know how. And I need storage. I have so much storage. I've taken up my entire backpack. Okay, we can deal with that in another time. Okay, so with this, I would need. How would it know to put all those things in there, though? I don't think I could do a cake, could I? I don't think I could. Because there'd be no way to specify what slots go into what. Oh. Here, let me go on a Pinterest. That's cute. You could do something like that. Oh, where am I? Okay, Cheeto, you might be a problem with you sitting there, won't I? Oh, my puppy can run around. But Cheeto, you gotta move. Cheeto, you're not mine, so I gotta move you manually. Get in the corner. Oh, hello. Okay, just gonna create Or wait, how do you do barrels again? Hi, Q model. Hi, thank you. Bear. Click on it. Click. I beg. I don't have my crafting table anymore. Hold on. Okay, it's slabs and then the rest. Okay. Okay, I can make 2. Or I can make 3, sorry. Yeah. Where do I want to build this? Lunar, thank you for the follow, and thank you guys, I appreciate it. Like there? I was expecting this chat to be full of creepy weirdos, but it's just normal people. Glad to be wrong. Yeah, I love my community. Okay. I really don't have any good, like, floor spaces. I guess this... No, that's still 3. When in doubt, put it in the corner. Are we covering the glass, though? Oh, that was thunder. Thunder and lightning.
Big man blasters, big man blasters, big man blasters, big man blasters, big man blasters.
Frick. I need another one. Yeah. Put the coal right there. Yeah. Okay. 4. Yeah. Do you think Blastoise would be a good lover? I don't know. I think that's how I'm gonna respond to that. Frick. And then something like that, maybe? Okay. I need more cherry, I think. Oh wait, I guess I don't. Wait, that only made 2. Move. How do you make, what are those called? Smokers? Stripped oak and a furnace. Okay. Do I have any stripped? Oh. Misclick. Alright, good news. We have no stripped logs. Wait. I have 5 there. I just stripped these. Eh. I did not check how many I need. Oh, it's only 4. Okay. Yippee! Yeah. I don't think I have any clay. I was gonna make a flower pot. Wait, I have some clay. How do I make a pot? Brick. Okay. I'm gonna look for a while. I'm gonna lurk for a while. I need to be productive and up my whimsy for today. How do I lurk? That should be that. Oh wait, I don't have mix it up on. Hold on. Wait. I'll fix. Oh, mix it up was updating. How was I supposed to know? Mom. You're good, Diva. Thank you. Allow access? Me thinks I did it. Me could also be wrong. Okay. I thought that was gonna be way more depressing. Yippee! Flower pot! Come back from one scuff to another, I guess. Cute! And I got more stuff. Let's go. Wait, I had a brick. I don't think I have any more food. Well, I guess I could use the sugar and the wheat over there. And the carrots and the salmon. Choy bars. Choco King. Bread. Wait, apple. Wheat. Schmeeds. Okay. I'll just put all my food in here for now. Yup. What happened to all my coal? I feel like I had way more than I do. Did I accidentally put it away? I did. Okay. We're starting somewhere. We got one spot filled. I don't know what to do for this corner though. Hydrate. If you insist. Oh my god. Ah, my cat fell. Yum 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 yum. Ooh, you know what I do? I should do? I should add quartz. Do I have quartz? I have 9 nether quartz. Frick. Maybe I go getting that. Yeah, I got nothing. How do you make quartz blocks? Okay, it is just that. I have 2 blocks. Oh boy. You do like a cute little. Okay, I guess I need quartz. Is there an easy way to find quartz? I don't know what Y level quartz goes to. The spookiness. There's quartz down there. There's quartz right there. I just don't think I have any like good places. Oh! Hey. Okay. What's a good Y level for strip mining quartz? Y15? Okay. I'll trust it. Ah! He's still here. What if I kill it? I did it. Okay, it said Y level 15. I'm at 68. Okay. Eh. This is terrifying because I'm right above lava. I really need to cosplay Coco for the con I'm going to. Her witch cloak would be hard, but otherwise fairly simple cosplay, I think. Ooh, it would. Shake it off cover? No. Okay. I can't see it all. I want that back, actually. Holy shit, I have 64 gold nuggets. When did that happen? Oh wait, I forgot. I get more. Because I have fortune, I think. Oh. Oh. Okay. So all I gotta do is just get down there safely. Because by level 15 it says gets you go away from the lava. Oh. Okay, I just gotta go down. And avoid dangerous lava. Because that will be the thing that kills me. It said 15? Okay. Okay, this is 15. Oh. Eh. There's a lot of blackstone. Should I be worried about blackstone? Do you like eventually get out of the blackstone? Oh yeah, you do. Okay. So I don't think blackstone's too worrisome. I think it's just like gravel. I almost have a full stack. Do you think that'll be enough just to decorate? I'm so loyal. 3 stream week watch. Oh my god, I can't even speak. I don't know, the stream watching thing is like, I feel like not accurate. Because they just recently introduced it, and I know people that tune in every stream. And I've also heard like people lose their streaks too. Yeah. I think the 2 stacks will be enough. At least for now. Right? What's a good like recipe that you use magma blocks for? Is there like an actual thing? Because I know they make water bubble. That's all I really know about it. Okay, there are some piglin people that will be not happy if I don't have a gold piece of armor on, so. Okay. Getting quartz is actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. I was kind of stressing. It was one off. That's so upsetting. Okay, Can I use a stone cutter on quartz? Does that work? So then I don't have to use like all of this for like 4 stairs. I hope. You know, I should really do like a railroad down. Oh. Oh, okay, you can. I need 4, roughly, for now. Ooh, I should put like a hidden barrel next to my portal. So I can just jump all my stuff down. I have no slabs left. That's okay. Frick. My mud. Yeah, I want it right there. And then... is there a way to turn this? I think? Yeah, like that. I don't mind that. Yeah. Cheers. Hehehe. Frick. Should I do like stripped log right there? I'm not sure. Do I even have any cherry log? Ugh, okay. Well, I will be right back, chat. I have to pee. So I will be right back. It'll be super, super quick. Promise. I'll be right back. What the frick? Detonating with our raid? Hello, hello. Welcome back, guys. Hi, raiders. How are you? How was your day today? Oh, I knew these weren't individually packaged. I made the right choice not bringing these to work. What'd you do? Did you have fun? No. Thank you for the shout out, mods. I don't do fucking shit here. I just had a quick 2-hour Minecraft stream to test my new mic and do some in-game chores. Ooh, fun. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. Yeah, so why are you not? What? Hello? 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 Why does Minecraft never want to, like, show? Thank you for the follow. Everyone, go say hi. Go say hi to their channel. Go follow. Why are you not working? Why do you only work when you're bordered? Why can't I just had you in full screen. Apply? I broke everything. Okay, so don't do exclusive. Baby. Okay, fine, we'll play in borderless, I guess. Or, sorry, not borderless. We have to play in windowed. Whatever. Okay, so what I'm thinking... I don't know what to do for the top, though. Gets cut off by a car ad. Oh no. I'm gonna go lurk and make something to eat. Tell them that I said okay and thank you. Oh my god. Okay. I did. Did you just hear that? Did you hear my stuff? Did you hear my TTS? Is my TTS? Hello? Hello? I don't know if that... Did that? That made a sound for me. I don't know if it made a sound for you guys, though. Okay, so we have barrels here. And then I want more of this to be the kitchen, so... Let's do... Mom, why? Because I want you to enjoy stream. There's really not much light here. There we go. I want to waterlog that staircase specifically. Ah, I put it away. Where did it go? There it is. So we can do that. Don't I have a trapwire somewhere? Or a hook trip or whatever it's called? I do have a tripwire hook. Okay. Oh my god. I'm just gonna dump some of that. Hi, Brick! Okay, I need to waterlog these stairs. Goodbye, Gandalf. Did you know she's Twitter famous? Dude, I blew up overnight. I don't know what happened. I just need the water bucket. my tweet blew up a little bit. It was just me complaining. It's nothing special. Okay, how do I waterlog stairs again? Oh, so not like that. So not like that. Did it! Okay, cool. Or should we move it over one? I'm sure that's fine. Can I not? Hello? Can I not? Quick! Okay. I'll just get rid of this. Yeah, so then it's like a little sink. I think it looked better in my head. Yeah. Oh, right, it's Strip Cherry. Frick. What was the tweet though? How I was losing motivation to stream. It wasn't anything crazy, don't worry. I literally was just complaining that I had no motivation to stream. And then a bunch of people were helping me out, telling me to play stuff. Okay. Motivation should be Taco Bell. I actually had Taco Bell recently. I don't really... Owie! Wait, where did my door go? I just had those. Did I put them away? Subs equals money. Crazy, I paid for the sub. Oh, they're there. And then give myself a cute little... Excuse you? A cute little door! It's like a little, whatchamacallit? Okay, do I like it with both of them? Frick. I guess that's not terrible right now. Oh, it's 3 buckets. Come here. What else is it? Sugar, egg, wheat. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Alright, that's all I got so far. I think at
See you
least-
later, alligator, after a while. Crocodile, and something else about a monkey. I have plans, due for now. This is goodbye. I love you, mother.
Thanks. Love you too, bitch. I mean, it doesn't look terrible right now, right? There. I don't know if I can push him out of the corner at all. Okay, Cheeto will just sit there. Wait, I love that. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, it's cute. It's comfortable. To start. Should make that a trapdoor as well. Yeah. And then I'll probably outline the rest of it in barrels TBH eventually. Too much to do. Here, I'll put my little baby wolf sitting in the other one. Cute! They're dining. That also helps with some of my storage as well, which actually I'm just gonna dump. I think I'm gonna keep dumping until I don't have a reason to dump anymore. TBH. Okay, I did get all of that. Oh lord, I'm swimming. What's in here? Oh. Okay. Fish for a little bit. Maybe see if I can get a cat of my own. Eventually. Ah. Um. A lot of food in my inventory. A name tag.
Go on.
Oh man. Because it's salmon that they need, right? I think. I had tripwire. My fault. Boat. Um. Oh yeah, I forgot I got vines. I don't know where I want to put them though. Oh my god, I get so tired so fast. I hate it. Doesn't help that I'm listening to like relaxing music. I leveled up. I was tapped out. That's not fair. I don't need the pufferfish or the nautilus shells. I'm just looking for salmon. Can I stand on the boat? I pushed the boat. I feel like I had more salmon. I don't know what happened to it. Did I give Brick all of it for the horse? For the cat? I looked at my horse. Because I honestly might have. Strixie, thank you for the follow. So I feel like I definitely had more. I also just think I need to organize. I gotta go have fun. Have fun. It doesn't look like I have it. Oh yeah, I have cooked salmon. I don't need that. Okay. I'm gonna put some more chests in my room for now. So I can put more stuff until I can organize. Why is there no like lighting right here? So if I get rid of the torches, it's pretty dark. I have no more lanterns. That's so depressing. We'll stick with torches, I suppose. Okay. Oh wait, no, I have them. They're right there. Oh my gosh. There's really nothing to help that corner right there. Whatever. Okay. I'm gonna put just chests right here. Then we'll put random stuff. Make those into blocks to save up some space. Those are empty. I need to empty this. Okay. I feel like I want all my weapons and stuff to be in here somewhere. To be honest. Yeah. All my cobbled deep slate can go down into the mine. I really do not need to hold it up here. Yeah, having an easier way to get up here would be nice. For sure. Not super pressed about finding one right now, though. Strength desire, forever will learn words. Frick. Oh, that'll be fun. Hi, hi. Currently trying to organize a little bit. Okay. Just put the lighting there. This one can hold all of that stuff for now. Nice house, thank you. The soul sand or soul soil. Keep that for now in there. Yeah, I'm gonna go put this back in the bottom. Okay. A zombie. I'll make this all cobblestone actually. Oh, wrong place. I want to go put a chest over here. I'll just put my netherrack in it for now. Oh, not granite. Okay. Okay. All my food has a place right now, so I'll move all that. Holy, more deep slate. Okay. I might have a problem with deep slate, I won't lie. I just have a problem with hoarding stuff. Like, I feel like I just always have stuff on me all the time. My chair doesn't want to push in. Why? There's a blanket under my chair every time. I swear to God. Okay. There we go. I'm in a more comfy position. Okay. Do I have anything? Yeah, I do. Oops. Oops. Okay, I feel a little bit more organized now. Not by much, but it's something. Um. Oh, okay. Okay. Shoot. I thought I was so close. Okay. Alright, I'm back. I'm about to doodle up a concept for a Cinderella-inspired her dress. Who's my favorite Disney princess? Correction, is my favorite Disney princess. Ooh, that sounds fun. Okay, I think I've got it all down. Okay, everything's organized now. I keep hitting R. Ah. Sticks. I feel like I'm constantly running out of sticks. Okay. There we go. Hi, Happy. Was it on? It was. You eep. I'm not super eepy, honestly. I honestly just keep yawning. Hydrate? Okay. What are you doing and what are you doing? I'm doing good. What am I doing though? I wish I knew. This is modded MC. Very lightly modded MC. My house is cute. Thank you. I appreciate it. Is this solo world or with friends? It's in SMP, so friends are allowed to join. We only have a few people on. Ow, my hand. Okay. Okay. I think I put all my buckets in here. Indeed. One of my baby chickens grew up. I thought I paused it. I'm making cake. Yeah, I was gonna make a few. That's actually so upsetting. Oh no, it is right there. Hee hee. Should probably get 6 buckets so we can make 2 at a time. I think I had a water bucket. I do. Oh my god, if you put the cake in it, it just sits there. That's hilarious. Oh, I didn't even know cake could go in my tools pocket. Whoops. Oh my gosh, my keybinds. Wait. Yeah. It rains so often here. Okay, so we got the organization down. Really have not done much. The water chicken's trying to escape. I might make a dropper, like, chicken house, just to collect the eggs, but I don't know. I'm gonna get more chickens though, because I need eggs. Sick. Okay. Okay. I will be right back. I'm gonna go make some food, I think. And then we'll come back and I'll see if I'm in the mood for Minecraft. But I'll be right back. Okay? BRB. Okie doke. I'm back. Hello. I actually ended up not buying myself any food. Or getting myself any food. I just got a snack. If I can open it. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you. Okay. I really don't know what else to do right now. I got this balanced break like thing, and it's got Monterey Jack nacho cheese and buffalo ranch seasoned snack mix. So it's a little snacky snack. I don't know what to do. I miss my friends. I don't know what to do now. I'm bored. Hmm. Minecraft's all fun and games till you're alone. I'm bored, I'm happy. Hello. I think I have a plan for my room. I just don't know how I want to execute that. Let's find something to do. I can't play Minecraft long alone. Yeah, I did better than I thought I would. I definitely did a lot better. Let's see what else I got. The problem I also have is I don't have a lot of games. So I'm very limited in what I can do. Gamble with friends alone? What's that? I have Warframe. I don't really know how to play that though. Stretch? Alright. Ugh. I love Warframe. I don't understand it. I genuinely have like such a hard time understanding that game at all. There's a lot to do. Yeah. Hi, chicken. Welcome in. Hello, hello. You know what? Fuck it. Let's draw. Let's do some art. It's the only thing I can think of doing. What am I gonna draw? I'm currently doing a PNG tuber thing for my friend. So I think that's what we'll start with. A drag path etched in the surface This is evidence. Mm. Do I have any like drawing assets? Thought I did. I don't have it. Let me look for it real quick. What kind of PNG YouTuber is your friend give me? She just recently got a new redesign. So that's what I've been working on, is giving her like a little PNG thing for it. Did I buy it on Etsy? I should find it really fast. I don't buy that much stuff. Found it. Okay, I downloaded it. I think I have to import it as a model. With the blue eyes, I'm terrifying. It is in here. Pink tablet. Did I draw anything for myself? Recently. Yeah, I'm cute, cute, cute. Let's do. Yum yum. Yippee! Okay. That's about it. I'm in the moonlight. Wish you with the blue eyes. I'm terrifying. Okay. Okay. So it probably won't be as accurate because it's gonna be doing my other monitor. But it's cute. It gives an illusion. Okay. Num 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 num. Oh, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. Why are you not full screen? Do I have to manually move you? Ciao, 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 ciao. Yeah. I drawed in. How skilled are you in general character design? Not the best. I honestly kind of just do stuff and hope it looks right. Deadass. Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. Oh, I found my glove. Whoops. I clipped something. Okay. I don't know where I left off on this. Or what my plan was. I'm gonna be completely honest. Maybe the mouth? Do you think? Okay. Was this Kiona? It is. So she wanted a hand pose. I'm just not sure how to get it correctly. Why did you give me the whole body? I just need the hand. Whatever. You went ham on those eyes. Thank you. Okay. Whoops. Okay, maybe this isn't gonna work. I thought I could maybe do a model for the hand, but... Say that you love me, fool me, go on and fool me. It looks like so. What software are you using? Yeah, it's Clip Studio Paint EX. Love when characters have very maximal in a size with a lot of sparkles in their eyes. Yeah, so Kyo has a lot of tiny little, like, details that I tried to give justice to. Deadass, I don't know how I did this, so like okay. So she wanted a hand specifically. Think you do. And I cry, and I pray, and I beg for you to love me. Say that you love me, fool me, go on and fool me. Say that you love me, lead me, you lead me. Me fool me, love me. For you to love me, say that you love me. How do you draw anime eyes or VTuber eyes symmetrically or at least not wonky? I start with one eye and then a lot of times I'll either copy or like I've learned how to do eyes really easily. Like take one eye and then you just try and copy the other and then make it look somewhat the same. If that makes sense. Or you can just straight up copy the other eye and then mess around with it. Okay, I need a reference because I love me. For you to love me. Okay. Every time I try to draw eyes, I end up drawing one more leaned than the other, and the other too thick. I've not end up making the head too small, or just completely messing up the part that needs color. Yeah, I have that problem too a lot. Copying is like one of my favorite like tools, if you will. Driving me home, and I can't wanna leave. I have to go. You kiss me. Feels like the start of a movie I've seen before. Kinda cute and I ruined the environment. Driving me home. Down, I get up to go. like the start of a movie I've seen. I don't know how to do hands. Back, take the withdrawal back. Standing by, never drinking at brain. Right. Hands are hard. They are hard. Okay. Time pass through. Staring intensely at Pinterest trying to help me. Enjoy how you want it. That's kind of what I'm doing. Chicken, thank you for the follow. Hope your fabulous starting goes well. Thank you, I appreciate it. Leon, thank you for the follow. Uncharted waters. We're making bread rolls? All good. You guys don't have to stay. Life happens. Let's join the Discord. Okay.
Oh, someone dirty dirt.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't think my chat heard that.
Oh.
That's fine. My chat. Yeah, no, because I only have my mic. So they just try to
heard.
randomly go.
I am the storm that is approaching.
stuck around and stopped by and chatted. I appreciate you all.
Don't listen
You
to him. He
finally-
hates you.
What? No, I don't hate you. No, no way, they can't even hear you. I'm schizo right now. I fixed my audio track for this screen.
What do you want to do, Ghost?
Okay.
I don't know.
Chat. Boom.
That's not helpful.
Well, you caught me in the middle of trying to freaking draw hands, which is proving to be the
Well,
most
now,
difficult thing in my life.
now you have more people watching you draw hands.
Frick.
Minecraft?
Bitch, I just got off Minecraft.
Bitch, how was I supposed to know that?
Bitch,
Bitch, get back on.
bitch, I just got off.
Then what do you want to do? I heard you were bored.
I am.
Then what do you want to do?
I don't know, not Minecraft.
Wait, I don't know why I said wait. I meant to say what. Cookie, I think I have the stupid. I took Cookie's inability to type. You're rubbing off on me.
I am rubbing you, Brick.
What? What?
I'm okay with that.
What?
What?
What? You guys are rubbing each other?
No, I'm rubbing Brick.
Oh.
Yeah, get it right.
Oh, so Burke's being harassed.
Yes.
Yeah, but consensually.
So
Does it work like
flirting?
that? Sure.
No, I'm just touching it.
Can flirting be hands-on though? Like physical? Is there physical flirting?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry, I just watching happen. I don't know, sometimes typing is just easier than speaking verbally. Brick does have the dumb. No, I can't prove it.
You want to share chat? Too bad. I'm inviting you. Um, um, uh, um, um.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm like, okay, I'm back. I'm here. No, I'm not. I'm not back. I'm not paying attention yet. Wait, hold on. I was gonna say, are we figuring something out to do, or are we just hanging out or chilling?
That's it, Ghost. I'm stealing your content.
What? What? What do you mean? What do you mean
I'm just gonna share your.
You're just gonna stream my stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Since you're not helping pick a game.
They want my station. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I that was supposed to say, oh my god. That wasn't even supposed to just say, I was supposed to say, oh my god. Like,
You're in this chat now? Oh, hi Everest. How's it going?
you know, I think maybe I do have stupid.
We are watching some peak art since she's not helping. I'm
Bitch!
just gonna watch her. True. Yeah. Thank you, Lil.
Will you share chat?
I sent you an invite.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I think I audibly heard him do it.
Awaiting response. You invited Ghost _ BT. I'll send another one.
Gosh, I can't believe he wouldn't send 3 invites. That's what Cookie said when he sent you the invite. I think.
True.
It needs to go solo.
Alright, here, I'll just knock on your stream on this collaboration.
Better see your status when I go solo. Did you forget the basics? On a long ago, I need my soul search and a fuck the bases.
Getting ads. How dare
He's watching the ad still.
It's muted, so it's just.
Wait, I want ads like this.
I don't
Why
remember
I
that
get ads
happening
like
in the
that?
movie.
I don't think. Did you watch the post-credit scene?
Yeah.
Okay, but did you watch the second one?
Oh wait,
What?
request sent. Who the fuck am I sending a request to?
Are you saying it to me?
It's someone's name I've never ever watched.
Hmm.
Okay, there we go.
Just
Whoops.
knock on a random person.
Okay, Geico. Maybe it's Canadian ads. I don't know.
I'm moving.
Website closed that. That was stupid. There we go. Canadians? What? You don't like sexy Mario?
Pardon?
I know I do.
Yeah, there was an ad about Mario and deodorant. Oh, there it is again.
Awesome.
Who does?
That's my
See, look
LBS.
at 'em.
Whoopsies.
Love Sexy Mario. I'm just upset I'm not getting him.
They're making a Backrooms movie.
Yeah.
Am I like having deja vu? Did you not just get these same exact ads like in this order?
No, I did exactly, but I didn't notice this one.
Okay.
Does this hand
Maybe
look
that means I
okay?
get to see Sexy Mario games. What?
Does this
Watching
hand
an
look
old Asian dude
okay?
play games.
Yeah,
What?
wait, hold on. I can tell you in 5 seconds. I'm watching basketball right now, apparently.
Triple, double,
I think so.
Taco
As
Bell.
a non-expert and as someone that doesn't know what hands look like, nor how to do art, I think it looks fine.
I can tell you in 5 seconds.
Hey, that's what I said. Crunch Drive Supreme. Wait, why is watching ads so fun?
I think it looks good. Just want my opinion.
I want a Crunch Drive. Can we all go to Taco Bell? All of us?
I will let you have my Taco Bell brick.
Oh, so fat.
As long as I get the Baja Blast. I don't like their food.
Sure. You got a deal.
Can I have your Taco Bell? Never mind, Everest can have my Taco Bell.
Alright, fine, but you can still have my Baja Blast. I don't drink soda.
Things I did.
Soda!
Just so
Soda.
I can call you mine. Things you did. Hope I was your favorite crime.
Dang it, I'm actually hungry for Taco Bell. Well, there's a solution to that, and that's getting Taco Bell.
That would be a pretty simple fix.
And if you don't have the money, steal it.
I don't know why. I'm so used to like my other friends stuff. I really thought you were gonna be like, if you don't have the money, ask Brick.
Ask Brick.
Now,
That's also a good option.
do I have Taco Bell funds? I mean, probably. How much would Taco Bell be?
Brick, no, down. Down, Brick.
Oh, you can't bring me down.
Insert sweet
Okay.
bottle. Here.
Insert Brick.
Get interested. Jiggle, jiggle.
I can't hear, but are you jingling keys?
Yeah. There, I've now got everyone's attention. What do we
All
find?
keys?
Okay, the hands are done.
Oh
Nice.
yeah. Good job.
Now for dim.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
What?
I don't know how to
Jingle,
do.
jingle, pay attention. Pay attention. I said your favorite word. The back rooms. Okay, the back rooms. Dingle, dangle, dingle, dangle.
Thank you, Everest.
What? How do you do mouths?
Circle. What games do we all have? We got Peak, we got Repo, we got
I adore the way you draw eyes. You do.
Everest. I don't think you should squish eyeballs. I don't feel like that's correct. Did you crash, Ghost?
What?
Oh no, your stream's crashing. Or am I crashing? Nope. Everything's crashing. Well, I was gonna say juicy, but I felt like a different joke was gonna be made. Ah, Sexy Mario's back. Why are you back here, Mario? Too bad, Everest. He's mine. Can't have him. Sharing is caring, though? No, not when it's Sexy Mario. Kind of gay cookie? No, you're gay. How about that? No? I am. Thank you for noticing. Expect you to throw a party in my honor on June 1st. No. No, I will not. I don't do parties.
Ugh.
No, I just don't do parties. There's a difference. So you hate the gays? No, I just don't like parties.
I feel like I'm gonna mixed signals here. Ever said sharing is caring, but when I tried sharing my bank account to give them Taco Bell money, I got yelled at.
But June is Pride Month? Well, that's
What did I
good.
come back to? Is Cookie being homophobic?
No.
Alright, that's good. Kinda gay Cookie? Cookie, what did you do that was kinda gay?
I said
Other
Sexy
than
Mario's mine.
But see, that's valid though. So did you guys figure out a game yet?
No,
Why not?
she's not helping me.
Why do you
Bitch.
think I left for so long?
I have. It's called Bully Cookie. How? No, fuck you, Everest. Huh? Huh?
I but like bullying in like what way? I don't like being mean to Cookie. I love Cookie. I'll be mean to Ghost though. Ghost, fuck you.
Okay.
Wait, no, you were supposed to. You were supposed to say okay. Now it's awkward.
Look what you did, Brick.
It's not funny when they accept it.
Brick, what do you want to play?
Come on, no. You think I won't be any help? I don't know. I mean, Josh and Ghost, she said everyone that was bored. I think they should at least give an opinion on something.
Yeah, but that was before I found drawing.
So we stopped
Was
for
it?
nothing?
I'm not saying that. I'm down to play anything.
You said you were. I don't know. Maybe I saw the message late, but I saw the message and I went over and you were already drawing.
Yeah,
Okay.
you saw
Bully
it.
Cookie. Brick flirts with Cookie. I like this. Brick bullies Ghost. I flirt with Ghost. Easy peasy. This works.
Okay, so this is the talking. And then this is the idol. Do we like it?
I like it.
Cute. Sorry, I was waiting for stream to catch up. I like it. Am I the only one that loves saying that in like someone else's house? If I'm like over someone's house and it gets quiet, I just like hate them
come here
with us. So
often.
come here often. It's so funny to me. So what games do we have? Multiplayer games. Is there anything that anybody's in the mood for?
Well, I was gonna suggest, what if we played the new Lethal update?
I'm fine with that, but
Thank you for the
last time
follow,
I
Jeremiah.
suggested that, then the two of you yelled at me for being like, "Oh yeah, not enough people." Wah, wah, wah.
I'm in the mood
Sorry,
for
what?
Taco Bell and endorse Sexy Mario. That's great, Everest.
Sounds like a great place to be in life.
There's there's Repo, there's Peak, there's Golf, there's
No way, we're already out of options.
Um,
I mean, I'm fine with any of those, but
go get Taco Bell with Sexy Mario. I like pause
Marvel
options.
rivals. Taco Bell on a date with Sexy Mario. Boom.
Sexy Mario's been avoiding me apparently. Sexy Mario
Cookie,
likes
you have
me
to
more.
share.
No, I don't want to share him. He's my Sexy Mario.
There's the RV game. I've never played that game with you guys.
I'd play it.
Should we take Ghost's silence as a no?
She's not even probably listening to us. His type is Canadians? Yes. Yes, it is, Everest. How did you know?
Cookie, grab the keys.
Have you never seen Ryan Reynolds?
Jingle, jingle, pay attention. Pay
What is
attention. I said
happening?
your
Is
favorite
he
word. The back
he
rooms.
Canadian?
Okay, the back rooms.
Ryan
Dingle,
Reynolds?
dangle, dingle, dangle.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
He's from Saskatchewan.
I got this.
I don't have a bonk redeem, Paul. I could get one. Hold on, let me open up Tangia.
Lord.
Give me a minute.
Wait, fuck. I missed the opportunity. Ghost, are you still here? Fuck. Everest, get the keys again.
So I said, give me. Oh. Okay, well, give me a minute.
Ghost, would you play RV game?
Jingle, jingle,
okay,
pay
Paul,
attention.
I have
Pay attention. I
issues.
said
I
your favorite
could.
word. The back rooms.
I don't really
okay,
want to
the
play
back
it
rooms.
though.
Dingle, dangle, dingle,
Okay.
dangle.
Is there anything that you can think of that you'd want to play? Lethal update?
Why do you think I was bored? I can't find anything
Well-
to play.
Well, I mean, but now we have to think of multiplayer games now.
True.
There's new options. What else is multiplayer? Want to play Uno? Uno?
Okay, Paul, try it now.
I don't think they want to play Uno.
I have 13k points for a reason. It's to flirt with hearts and get the Kato's attention with Markiplier.
I have 43k.
Thanks, Paul. I have 3k.
I'm the biggest Ghosty fan here.
Wrong
obviously.
place? Hold on, give me a minute.
Bad cookie.
Give me a minute.
Yo, I think that's fine.
me back my money. Here, I'll just play it again for you. Fuck, it's too low. Hold on.
Wait, I
give me a
just
minute.
realized something.
Give me another minute.
Wait, what am I doing? I'm throwing.
There we go. Here you go, Paul. Frick,
There we
thank you.
I realized I didn't have the founder badge or whatever. I needed to change that. Fuck, it's not there. Can you see it? Is it there on your end?
One more time? Alright, I'll do it one more time. What? What are you talking about?
I don't see the founder's badge on my end.
The first? I see it. Good boy.
Alright, so
Paul,
right.
please do not call me a good boy. That's only reserved for a few people in my life.
Am I one of those people?
Depends. You yell at me again if we play Pokemon.
I would never yell at you.
Yes, you would. You have multiple times today.
You can't prove it.
I have the whole VOD. I feel like
VODs, mute the VOD.
I've been here a lot. Twitch, I'm watching a Kato trial. You want me to join them? Alright, Paul, you can call me a good boy, I guess. Just once. We get one.
Did Ghosty give any opinion on Peak?
Alright, two.
Sure.
You get two then.
What?
What'd you say? She's done listening to us.
I asked if Ghost gave any opinion on Peak, and I heard like a yap, like a Chihuahua yap.
Yeah, that's all I heard too. It's noise.
I said sure.
Cookie, I did it! I found a game.
Yes, good job, Rick. Here, you get some keys, Jingle.
Man, I wish we could hear it.
Speaking of it, I don't know if my Yippee even picked up.
Neither one of them picked up. You both look schizophrenic as hell.
Fine, you get 4, Paul.
Do I have to start yippieing in a deep voice so my mic actually picks it up?
Yippee.
Jingle, pay attention. Pay attention. I
Actually,
said your
breakfast for
favorite
you,
word.
wait,
The
what's your
back
name?
rooms. Okay, the back
Oh.
rooms. Dingle, dangle, dingle, dangle.
Thank you.
Peak then? I'm launching Peak. That's what we're playing.
Dingle dangle.
Guess I had one for the drug that I took too far, and it's one for the drag to the rental car. The doodle side undo.
I love peeking with my friends.
Probably
doodle
cheap.
side undo make.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but I'm like, yeah, he'll notice eventually. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start having withdrawals. I'm not gonna be able to play my game for a while because I have plans tomorrow. I'm stuck hanging out with you guys today. Ugh.
Drink water. Oh, alright.
Drown the cookie.
No, don't drown me. There you go, Paul. I actually hate milk. I hate drinking it.
I love chocolate milk.
Okay, chocolate milk and milk are two different things. One has
I
flavor,
love
the other one tastes like not flavor.
I also drink milk. I'm a big milk enjoyer. I have big strong bones. That's why I'm so tall.
So you're so fat.
That's why I'm so fat and comfortable. I love milk. I have a friend who's like dad with every meal for dinner. Like his drink of choice for dinner is a tall glass of milk, which is like kind of gross, but like it's also soap based.
My dad drinks milk occasionally, like when we're doing dinner, and it's just like I don't understand. how you're
Like, it's not occasionally. From what I've seen, it's like every night.
I do enjoy the whole milk every now and then, maybe even 2%.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
be honest, I don't know the difference between the milks.
I don't
I
either.
put milk
Is one
in my mouth.
2% milk? What's the other 98%?
What's the other 98% in there?
Water?
Actually, is that what that is? That sounds kind of gross.
Alright, I'll put my drawing stuff away.
Okay, I'm just gonna
Yippee!
Google
Or
it.
sorry, yippee!
What is 2% milk made of the rest of the 98%?
Love the wording.
Yeah. In 2% milk, the 2% refers to the specifically to the fat content by weight. The remaining 98% is the rest of the milk's natural components, which are primarily water, protein, and sugar.
Hey, milk has protein.
Yeah.
So if I drink a lot of milk, will I get big and buff?
I think you'd shit your pants.
I do that
Except
enough
milk-
already.
Reduced fat milk is now cow milk cream.
I heard that laugh. Oh wait, I should mute.
Comes from milk fat, contains about 5 fat.
Wait, can you actually even hear me in game?
I cannot.
I guess. Wait, can you hear me now?
No.
Okay, I guess I'll restart.
A lot of things says yes, Paul. Let me DJ for a song. All right, I'll give you the aux. What do you want? Yes, Brick. Oh, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I should figure out how. I should really talk to Sumi about how to link up my Spotify to Twitch.
What do you mean?
Can you hear me?
So they can, people can add, I mean, or meet in Discord, and then talk. If you're talking, I can't hear you.
You know, to be fair, I didn't relaunch my entire game. I probably should have done that.
Yeah, maybe do that.
I don't know why I didn't do that. I'm a little bit silly.
Party by Soft Willie. I feel like I've heard this name before.
Soft Willie. That's what they called me back in my college days.
Me and Jesse listen to quite a lot of it.
That's probably where I've heard it from.
I've never heard of it. Am I weird? Should I listen to it?
Turn it up for you, Paul. It's from his new album like a few weeks ago. Oh.
Okay.
I can hear you now. I agree. Are you joining, Ghost?
Yeah, just give me a sec.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Thank you. Entertain chat.
I'll go over here so I can unmute.
Take me home, my someone, and rest in peace.
what's the most annoying thing? Wait, am I muted? I'm not. Like, I feel like I say this a lot, and I feel like artists probably get like annoyed from hearing it. But like, I wish I could like draw.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I don't get annoyed
Uh,
by it. I just think like,
I don't know, like I feel like people hear that a lot.
yeah, I just wouldn't see it as something that like people would like, cause I wanted to draw, and so I did.
I'm too lazy to do that.
I feel like my stream's not running well.
Oh,
Is it running well, Paul? Yeah? Okay. It's just not for me then. Hey, look what I got.
Orsh. Hans. No way, it's Uma Musume. I just noticed they have the little hats. Wait, do all the pieces have that hat? Or is it just the horse? Just the horse. I never noticed that.
Oh, what the fuck?
I have to install it, and it'll take like no second.
You what?
I said I have to download it, but it's gonna take like no time at all.
Okay.
Yum, yum, yum. Are you guys talking?
Check your audio.
Check if your in-game volume is up.
Why does it always turn down? Yeah. Good job. I want the flower. Oh my god, my keybinds are all fucked up on VTube Studio. Hold on. All of my toggles are like on just conveniently inconvenient spots. Oh, okay.
Eat like berries.
Okay. We did have that one customizable mod that we were running for a while. Wait, I'm not showing game.
I like I've seen some shit.
I'm pointing at you. Hey, neighbor. What are you pointing at?
Alright, let's go.
Check this out. I actually landed that one.
Awesome. Any drink?
Why is it white?
What?
I'm racist.
Do we want to try and bring Bing Bong to the top?
I mean, we don't have to.
I don't think I've ever done it.
Put them in my bag.
There we go. I think there's a suitcase up there, Brick.
Alright, Captain. Yeah, I'm gonna make myself fat and load up on coconuts so go see his friend.
Meh. Oh, okay. Bitch. Why am I not doing shit to you?
I'm invincible.
I...
Forget this is weird.
Why is the grass like very white?
It's not grass, it's sand.
Okay, well why is the sand very white?
Some sand is white.
I feel like it's never this white though. Where's Brick?
He said that he was getting, coconuts.
Oh.
There's yellow and red berries.
What difficulty did you put it on?
Normal.
Oh.
Hello?
Brick.
That sucks.
Is your fan on?
Mine?
Yeah.
No.
I hear noises.
I mean, it could be my AC.
It might be.
You have a
Brad.
slight, like, constant humming too, so.
I do.
Mm-hmm. It's not terrible.
No, it's not.
Right.
We went right. Brick.
I don't need to know that, Brick. Wah, wah, wah. I have a granola bar if anyone wants it.
You can have it.
I can't.
Oh. I'll take it then.
Goshi, I have a lot of coconuts.
Okay, I have 4 coconut halves.
I have so Friends.
Orange.
Cookie.
Brick.
I'm here to give you a smooch.
Hold on. Shit. Who's hungry?
No.
Well, I have an apple and there's a pippin.
Tis good. Be done.
Mwah.
That's kind of gay.
Hey.
That's the point. Alright, but is it gay if I'm a femboy?
You're what?
Is it gay if I'm a femboy?
Yes. I think all of Twitter would
projection.
argue.
You mean agree? Paul says no.
See? What are you guys doing?
I don't know. I'm following her, and it's probably not the best
Don't,
idea.
does that
Probably
really
gonna
help
be
us
scary.
at all?
No, you're going the right way, Rick.
I'm straight peeking. How did Ghosty get down there?
God damn it, Automod. I thought it turned all shit off. Fuck. Sorry, Paul.
Actually, Ghosty's ways work too. We ended up in the same place.
If you're a femboy, doesn't mean you're gay. But what if you're gay and have kissed 5 dudes like Rick has?
Hey, hold on. Only half that is correct.
Is it?
Yes.
If you like other boys, then you're 100% gay.
I don't get why just because I kissed a guy or 2 or 5 means I'm gay. Why can't a straight guy kiss the homies?
If you like femboys, then half gay.
Alright, but what if you like don't like boys, but you still like kiss men? What does that mean?
I don't know, Brick or DMs say otherwise.
Hey, hold on.
It's a little subs.
Okay, fine. So what if I also flirt a little bit? Still doesn't mean it.
Paul says, I like femboys. Would I smash? Maybe.
Sorry.
Oh, god damn it.
I'm so sorry.
You guys remember that one episode of Scooby-Doo that had Kiss in it?
No. Ghost, I think. Where are you going?
What the hell is this mountain? I think we
Where
should go back this way.
going? Yeah, I was gonna say go that way. She just jumped off.
I was gonna show you. I goes, let's just going. I mean, her looks fine up until she gets right there. I wonder what she can do from right there.
Do I have 2 talk show hosts?
Well, as you can see, she's fucked.
I don't know about this one, Cookie. What, your thoughts?
My thoughts are, let's leave her to die.
I don't know, I've said it better myself.
Ah!
Awesome.
Ah!
Oh, but
I'm on top of a jellyfish and I can't get off. Let me know! Stop! I'm getting poisoned! Get up, you fat fucking chud! Alright.
We're coming, Ghost.
Thanks. I don't know if I need the help now,
Like
but
granola bar?
hell no. I gave it to
I
Cookie.
ate that granola bar. I ate that.
Sorry, but I ate that thing. You did. He did.
Where are you?
Oh,
Sounds like you're inside of this rock.
kind of.
Give her back! I see.
Oh, hey.
Hey!
I was stuck in that corner.
Oh,
Don't
an
worry,
idiot would
I've
touch
seen
this.
everything.
Yes, I'm meeting you when they're cooking.
Hold on, I have a rope I can just chuck down.
I have a baton. I already munched. I know.
Okay, don't go up this way.
Okay. I love how we told Ghost not to go this way, and we pointed out at what point it would be bad. And
And
yeah, we're all
at
here.
that point.
I felt a little
Baton.
explorationist.
Baton. Nice ash cookie. You're kind of in my way, though.
Alright, Paul.
Guys, clean up baton. Yeah.
Guys,
Oh.
guys.
There's a baton you can. Oh. Are you alive?
I'm injured.
How bad?
I have coconuts. It's
Like
not
a
all I can offer
quarter.
you. Oh, and Bing Bong.
Oh,
Here,
thanks.
I'll piton this, and then I'll piton up there more.
That's yay. I fell.
This isn't a very good spot.
Coming through. Yeah, well, I did advise against it.
So did I, but she chose to come this way either way.
Alright.
It's not my fault, guys.
but then she started fucking screaming. Alright,
Listen, when you get stuck in a corner because of a jellyfish and you start screaming and think that your life may be not worth it, then you can come
you
talk to
mean
me.
the very avoidable jellyfish?
Yo, deadass did not see it.
Very not in the way, the very in the open jellyfish.
Ghost, there's a jellyfish right there. Don't touch it.
Watch out! Don't go over there!
Watch out!
Thanks, guys.
Mr. President, get down!
Balloon! And Thin Mints.
Sutka. Ow.
Dick mints! Oh,
Balloons!
You should put some balloons in Brick's backpack so when he's carrying heavy things, it doesn't weigh anything.
Oh, my bag's full of coconuts.
Well, let me eat a coconut because I'm hungry and then put it in. Thank you.
You have Bing Bong in there too, you
Cookie wanted him. I'm bringing him for
I
Cookie.
wanted to bring Big Bong.
It's your bag.
I don't know why I thought Cookie had balloons. Thanks. I feel so light. I actually don't know how much that helped. It does not look like Munch.
What's that?
Nothing.
I'm scared.
I think she's got a bomb.
I was just gonna say that. Wait, Ghosty!
Yes. Medicinal
fall damage earlier,
herbs.
right?
Yeah, but I just used a. Yeah, okay.
Oh, oops. Well, sorry. I guess I won't help next time.
No, it's okay. I was gonna tell you that I used the
Guess I'll go
bandage.
fuck
So
myself.
maybe we could save it.
I guess I'll go fuck myself.
It's
I
not
mean,
that
we're
it
starting
was.
to make
It's not that it wasn't. I'm not grateful for what you gave me. It's just it felt like a little bit of a waste. See, my way was fine. We got up here.
Wow, you
We're
get
just
popular on Twitter, now all of a sudden you hate me and all my opinions.
Lunchbox.
Me, me, me. Me, me, me.
If you're a wiener, I want a wiener.
putting this in your backpack.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
wieners.
wieners. So many wieners.
Brick, will you put this in my backpack?
Okay. Wait, should we
There's a
cook
knife
it first,
right here,
though?
too.
Should probably cook
Oh,
it.
yeah. Okay.
Also, I found out what Ghosty got where she said nothing.
Metagame.
I found it.
You're not supposed to look, Brick.
What the fuck? Where did my coconut go?
It's in your hand.
I don't know.
Wait, where did it come from? How did it get in
Where
my
did it
hand?
go?
It's not just in my hand. Something like a guy named Joe. My wiener.
What should we do with this med kit? Are you hurt?
No. You can put it in my backpack, though.
Are you hurt? Yeah, there's no room in it.
Put it in my bag.
What? What's all in there?
There's no room.
Oh, a rope.
Dude, hasn't... I feel like since they've added it, I don't think I've ever gotten, like, the jungle. I think I've only ever gotten the fucking roots. And I've only made it past it, like, once or twice. The shit sucks.
Do we want to leave the med kit?
Here, I can eat this real quick
Here,
and then
I'll-
just hold it.
Okay.
That works. I'm so full of coconuts.
I don't like this level.
Yeah, no, I hate it.
I got tropics
I
last
got
night.
tropics
played
last
it.
night I played. Dude, I never...
That's better than this.
I never thought I would want the tropics, like, willingly. The roots is just... The roots is awful. Hey, Cookie, do you have an idea?
Well, don't jump, bro. That's my idea.
Wait, why am I following Ghost? I don't like how Ghost is coming back. Do you guys think I make that?
Yeah, you make it.
Boing.
More
Wait,
balloons!
More balloons.
You want
Can I take the free
balloons?
stack?
Whee!
Oh,
Thank you.
there's also a rope cannon in case we need it.
Well, I've got a gun.
Cookie, how badly do you want to bring Bing Bong?
Well, I haven't gotten the achievement, but we can save them, I guess.
Okay, no. We'll keep them. I kind of want to keep the coconuts right now, especially now that we do it. I don't know what food here actually helps.
There's granola bars.
Do you want this brick?
What?
It's gonna
There's a rescue claw.
I'll take it, I guess, for the extra health. It's in my mouth.
I put it in your mouth, brick.
Put it in my mouth.
Here, I'll just carry the rescue. Nice one.
I need to
My fault.
Actually, true. I need to revive someone with the book. I need to cure my own zombie.
I've got a lot I need to do.
Oh, I still need to pass the cold area without
Done that
getting
one?
too cold. Those are the last 3 achievements I'm missing. Cammy, we should pick a day and try to help each other get achievements. Unless you get yours right now.
You do that today.
I mean, just one of them kind of is like annoying because I need to get the item. I haven't even found the item yet. The what you call it? The notebook thing. Wait, are you also going for naturalist or whatever?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've been eating plastic.
Okay, I'm like, oh, 20.
You can have this.
That's okay. I already have 100.
I
Oh,
I
yours
can
is full.
have this.
Put it in my mouth.
Where did she go? We left her alone.
I don't know. I was just trying to.
Ghost.
He
Meow.
went 2 seconds too long. I heard her. Meow.
Meow.
Follow the cat girl.
Never.
Execute her.
What?
What? I didn't say anything.
I'm so sleepy.
I found her. Yeah, I'd watch
Hey,
out.
there's a portable stove.
There's also this thing.
Yo.
Oh shit! I thought it was going for
There's
you.
another first aid kit.
No way, it's this guy. I forgot what we named him before.
Where did you go? So glad I witnessed that.
Yo, shit.
Ta-da.
This guy just came out of the mountain.
Brick over here.
He can climb. Why did that scare me so bad? Ghost, are you hungry?
A little bit. A little bit of Monica in my life. A little bit in my... All I need.
Coconut?
Sure.
That's not coconut. Catch. Alright, now catch me. No, why are you running?
Oh, medical room.
I have one. I don't have room.
I'm just gonna eat it. I'm hungry.
Hi, hungry. I'm dead. Why'd you show me the Beatles?
That's this map.
Yeah, but
Frick.
I feel like I've never seen like this many. Watch you just fall. That.
I got wet.
Oh, really?
Ghost, where the
So
fuck
how
did
do you,
go?
Cammy? How do I clear myself from the zombie thingy? Is it still here?
It goes away.
Wait, so can I like get the in and then like be fine and I get the achievement or whatever?
You gotta like cure yourself with the mushroom spore things. Like we have a Pandora's box, so you should be able to use that. Okay, you didn't warn us of anything.
Sorry.
Because I still need to cure myself of zombie infections.
I missed.
I did it! I did it!
I heard the big thump. Is she below me? Why? Guess I'm not going that way. There was a medkit somewhere. You go find her, I'll go see if I can find a medkit.
No, I want the She's dead.
Well, I can't carry her, I have the backpack.
She's all the way down there, bro.
Well then, you want my fat fucking backpack? What are you doing?
Dude, I have so much. What?
I heard another fat fucking...
Frick!
Oh, I don't want to go all the way down there. I only have two. So I'm guessing you're both dead. So it's quickly say I don't want to.
I'm alive. Medkit.
I do not like this spot that I'm in.
Where are you?
Up. What the hell? Is this zombie? I just hear thuds. I'm scared. Sorry, what'd you say? I don't know, but I think I'm near a zombie. Why not, Ghost?
It's right behind you.
I...
Oh, it fell.
Oh. Dumb bitch.
So he went to the waterfall and then he was up a little bit. Like he went up that way. Cause I remember he passed. He's right. Do you see where that? You see where that other vine is above us?
He's dead.
That's no. That was no. That was
Preserve Sam.
that was zombie. So if you look up, there's a vine. He went up towards that way and went past like under the waterfall.
That didn't work.
Duh. He's coming, Brick. Cookie's coming.
Should I wait?
Yeah.
I didn't need to know that.
Or at least try and go back a little bit so you can see where the end goal is.
Okay.
And then he went right up there.
Oh, hold on. It's windy.
The zombie's coming.
Which way? He just kept going up?
Right.
Ow! I'm infected. Fuck off. It's chasing me.
Okay. He needs help.
Well, he's down there, and I'm up here, and I don't want to go down there.
Entirely valid.
Hey, he didn't want to go down to help you.
I had a med pack right there. You could have easily gotten me.
I didn't know you had a med kit. I'm
You.
bad.
So he's dead.
Okay, well, carrying on, I suppose.
You left me, Brick.
Yeah?
You left me.
For the betterment
You
of our
shouldn't have fell.
team.
Well, I didn't get fallen. I, got bit by your zombie thing.
Yeah, way after you fell.
But I lived.
My zombie was like 5 minutes after you fell.
Yeah, and then it bit me.
Also, I'm pretty sure I was told that. Was I told that you were dead? Actually, I don't remember. Anyways, can I switch places with someone? I have a quesadilla in front of me. I kind of want to eat it.
No.
No, we get a snack break. You get to suffer.
But fed.
You're crunch. I don't have snacks.
I can get a snack.
Yeah, Brick?
Oh yeah. I cannot see shit.
Well, you're in a tree.
I'm a squirrel. Does the roots like ever end?
No. Goes on forever.
Hurrah. Hurrah.
It's your case above you.
Luggage. I have no space for anything. Trail mix. No.
You could just eat it.
Let me eat you. Get in my mouth.
Get in my mouth.
Why do you have a chubby shroom?
For you. What's wrong with my chubby shroom?
Nothing, it's great.
Do you know what I picked up for you so you get your freaking flower crown?
Thank you.
But if you don't like it, I guess I can just throw it away.
No.
Guess I'll go fuck myself.
I guess I'll go fuck myself.
You're fine. Stop complaining.
I'm taking a bite of my tasty other than my diaper.
Fat and comfortable.
Where the fuck do I go from here?
Oh, there's a spot up.
Go that way, Brick. Follow my ghost. Go this way.
Yeah.
How the fuck does your fat ass squeeze in there?
My blubber
And then
is malleable.
There's 2 suitcases across the way.
I have no space for items. Is there a platform above me?
And kind of. You gotta like jump to the other side. There you go.
Hey, you're at the top.
Guys, I'm like goaded.
Didn't you say you've never beaten this part? Oh hey,
No, I have.
there's a dead person behind you.
That's the one that killed me.
Cookie! You're a little too fast for my liking.
Yeah, why are they so fast?
Holy shit, you're fast! What the hell? No way! Later, bitch. Oh, all my reserves.
Don't worry, it's coming, Brick.
They can climb. Why can the zombies climb the climbing game?
Because it's muscle memory.
I don't have a lot of
Oh, yeah.
blubber.
Go to the statue, Brick. Go to the left.
Quesadilla. Oh, I didn't see it. What?
Quesadilla.
Quesadilla. Monster reborn.
Monster reboot.
I don't like that it's following us still.
Me neither.
Guys, all 4 of us are here.
4.
Here, take your thick shroom.
Thanks. Is it gonna keep killing us? Isn't this a safe area?
No. I feel like it should be. Why are you here?
I guess we gotta fucking run.
Yeah, it's like cooking it.
Oh, it's the desert.
Damn.
Oh, it died. We killed it.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Haha, loser. Tinky. Tinky bleh. Alright.
What the fuck?
Actually, wait, did you eat a mushroom or one of the wieners yet, Coach?
What? Oh, no, I didn't grab a
I
wiener.
forget if those count. I'm saying, have you eaten one of these yet? Like, just run?
Yeah. Wait, what?
Okay. I don't remember if they count towards the,
Oh, wait, I don't know if I ate one, because I died and I still had one.
Okay, so I guess try to just... Because, again, I don't remember the count. I don't feel like looking it up. So maybe avoid it.
Okay. I don't think I ate my one from the last run. Because I remember I died and there was one next to me. Ow. Ow. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've ever beat this one.
I've never.
There's a checkpoint flag.
Oh yeah.
But the checkpoint flag only works for like one person.
Yeah.
What did you say about me?
What? I said don't worry, because there's a professional here.
Oh, okay.
I don't like this map.
I like it more than the roots. I don't like the roots.
There's a tornado coming up, approaching us rapidly.
No, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna take the video.
That's nice, Brick.
Hey guys.
Uh oh. Yeah, what's up?
It feels like it's a little
Is that
close.
coming at
I'm
us?
stuck. I'm stuck. Help.
No, frick.
Gosh, why are you just sitting there looking at it? I think Yoshi wants to take my issue. You're just kind of
Hey, I
letting
found
it.
a capybara.
I was seeing if it was coming at us, bruh.
I found a capybara.
I was getting intel.
Can someone take the pokies out of me?
Yeah, I got you.
I got you. If you're hot, go on the capybara. Cool you off.
I'm hot. I'm wet.
Works so
Oh, how I wish to be a capybara. Just sitting away.
So fat and comfortable.
God, this map sucks.
It's the climbing part that really gets me, because I'm not the best at climbing.
We know.
I mean, I know this is like the whole point of the game, but like this part
Yeah,
is a
I
little
was
more
like-
extensive.
I was like, should I say something?
Was there not a briefcase right here?
Optical illusion.
Am I schizo?
Hallucinations.
Probably.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Don't go that way.
Why? Oh.
Well, can I make this?
How hurt are you?
Like 10%? Oh!
Holy fuck! I'm alive.
Brick?
Up here.
Did you watch that?
No.
So try and aim like right here and look up when you're landing.
I'm gonna grab this.
Hey! I was trying to grab on and it just kept sliding.
Oh man.
Hey neighbors.
Hey neighbor.
I think I executed that a lot better than Cookie did, if I were to guess.
Hey, I'm alive though. I didn't take any damage.
No. Never mind that. Ah, you took damage.
I didn't. She did.
No, Ghost did. Yeah, I'm pointing at Ghost.
Shame her.
I'm okay with taking a little damage for the cause.
Oh, you changed to peak
Hearts
now?
and souls of the god.
Yeah, I've gone through like 4 different games today.
Not Uma Musume?
I only saw Mike.
I debated Uma Musume.
Why not?
If you did that, I would have had. I would have been forced to leave Cookie.
Yeah, I can't do that to you, Cookie.
Yeah, Cookie. She did it for you.
No, you didn't.
No, I just wasn't in the like super big mood to play it. Shelf fungus.
I feel like you're never in a super mood to play like anything.
I know it's
Yeah.
so bad.
I'm surprised you reached a peak.
Eh.
It's because it's peak.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Guys, I have more quesadilla.
Good job.
That's what I made for lunch.
Rope cannon.
Can you unthorn me?
How'd you get thorned, Britt?
I ate this.
Fair enough.
Thank you. I have another one.
Mhm.
Watch out, there's a gap right here.
A gap where?
Right there. I really thought you were about to just walk.
Where is the gap? Oh.
I mean, if you did it,
That's
it would have
the
been funny, but I 100% would have thought you did it on purpose. What? Get up. The fog rises.
There's no fog. That's your imagination.
Luggage. Let's get some. Hey, look, a friend. Go poke it. Goshi, look, I got you a friend.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys. What if you go up that way?
Don't tell Goshi I threw her friend away.
As if I can't hear you, bruh.
Hey, why are you eavesdropping? Stop listening. I want to touch that.
Go touch it.
I'm gonna touch it.
Wait, question. If I turn down my
Goshi,
headphones...
catch!
I was doing something! Are you fucking kidding me? You suck.
You hurt me, Brick.
I didn't mean to throw it over you. What?
Guys, 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 guys!
Many dumb ways to die. Dumb ways to die.
There was ground right here.
Are you okay?
I would guess not.
Get her backpack at least. That's a little more helpful.
Maybe she's hungry.
Oh man.
Dumb ways to die.
Eat on.
So many
Dude,
dumb
I need
ways to die.
everything. And the reason I fell so far is because I was like perfectly right next to a ledge and I bounced off.
Here, put this Infinity in your bag.
What? Oh.
Wait, there's a remedy fungus over there. Is anyone hurt? Does anyone need anything? Alright, fine,
Oh, I
fuck you.
do. Wait, hold on.
You're the one that just fell halfway down the fucking mountain.
Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on. I'm free.
I'm free.
Wow. Might as well eat this.
Where were we? Medicinal roots. How quaint.
I have no idea where we were.
I do. Follow me, boys.
No, follow me. It's my way or the highway.
I'd rather go the highway, because then the, you know...
You want to go my way? Guys, be gates.
What?
You know what? Actually, the highway might. Oh, this is fine.
Alright, now we're back to where she fell. Don't fall again.
Tee. Thanks.
Well, I helped.
I'm helpful.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, neighbor.
Hey, neighbors.
This way goes.
Well, alright.
Alright, I'll give you a hand.
I guess I'll leave then.
I
No.
guess I was just gonna fuck myself.
just surprised you guys got down in time to save me. I thought it was gonna be another issue of I'm not going down there.
You didn't fall that far.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, plus
Just enough to
the
hurt.
mace is a lot easier to navigate the routes.
Yeah.
I don't like the roots.
Also, I like the Mesa biome a lot more than I like the Alpines. I hate the Alpines.
Really?
At least in the Mesa, it's a lot easier to hide from the heat than it is to hide from the cold in the Alpines.
True.
I feel like I haven't gotten the winter one in a while.
Yeah, I feel like I've really only got roots in the Mesa. Oh, it's hot. It's hot. It's hot.
Ah, it's hot.
Wait, this is kind of terrible.
Ugh.
Back inside the cave area, over here.
No, just keep going up.
Sure, if you want. I went this way. My way or the highway? Go there!
Back! Oh god.
There was so much ground.
Is she dead?
Oh, I think she's so fucked. No, she picked a really bad spot to fall.
Oh, lovely.
Goshe, if you can hear me, give me a sign. I don't think she can hear me. That's not yet. I have no idea where she fell. I don't see her, and the way, like the area, just does not look like a fun place to go up and down. So, like she was just talking about, I'm leaving her. We did earlier.
Guess I'll kill myself.
What?
Guess I'll kill myself. No, I fell perfectly into a crack.
Dude, you fucking
And then
slipped through like a slippery
in
dick.
said crack, there were two cactus that I was stuck on. I made it look like a penis. I was kind of proud of myself. I completed it. I was the shaft.
I am the strap. It's kind of funny. I wish I did go down now and saw that.
Don't worry, we can look on my VOD.
Cookie, your way sucks.
No, it's my way or the highway, Brick.
No, that's what I said.
It is kind of crazy to look down and see how far we've gotten.
That's good for peeking.
Alright, let me look. No, I don't want to climb.
Please don't fall.
No, it's okay. I'm a professional.
Yeah?
I have a few hours in this game. Yo, Yoshi, I can see your fucking features. You're so close to me.
I'm gonna need you to back up.
But you tell me. She was in my brain. Where the fuck did you go?
I went into the wall.
What happened to her? Why is she melting down? Cookie, I think she's broken. We need to get her food.
She's dying. Go! Someone help her.
Someone at least find the fucking
Breathe. Breathe. God damn it.
No, don't breathe, because she's gonna go she did earlier. I can't tell how much of this is like a real laugh. Okay. I can't tell if any of the laugh is real or it's all fake. Why is she so crazy? Is she you a fucking joker? You fucking skits.
I'm crying.
Wait, Cookie, do you think I can squeeze my fat ass? Cookie, grab me. Get your ass in here.
How's that working for you guys?
I'm stuck in my gut. Aren't you fat?
Come this way, Brick. This way, Brick.
Which way? Oh, can my fat ass squeeze through here?
My fat ass is here, so.
Fat ass, you have a cute ass.
You have a fat ass with a PH.
Thanks.
PhD in ass department.
I'm glad you noticed. Cookie, that's a bomb.
Thank you.
Oh!
Motherfucker! Ow. How was that close enough? I'm too fat!
What the?
Oh,
Sunscreen.
sunscreen.
You came!
Brick, spray me with sunscreen.
Okay.
Put it on my back. You missed. Yeah, I came.
I think I did, but like on you.
Yo,
But I came on you.
yo. Mutual. Mutual coming. Mutual coming.
This way, Brick.
Can we say that on stream?
Mutual coming?
I don't know why mutual coming when be appropriate.
Bitch, I've seen
Cookie, I think I
titties.
picked a very fucking terrible way to go. Cookie, do not follow me. All
He
my
didn't.
reserves are
I
gone.
told you to follow me.
Yeah, but I already started going.
Alright, well, I'm just gonna continue going my way.
Okay. I'm gonna continue going the highway.
Hey, Brick, I found you.
I didn't find you.
Hi, neighbor.
Guys, where am I?
Hey, neighbor. In my fucking head. Like, I'm just calling this schizo.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Sorry, I got scared.
I Cookie.
Hey, where the? You're too quick, Brick.
Here, I'll go tell him.
Highway was cool.
Brick, slow down! Brick, slow
My way
down!
sucked. My way was better.
He didn't listen.
No, you didn't.
My sunscreen.
It's fine. I still got midges on.
You want to go my way? Or the...
Oh, my sunscreen!
That's what I'm saying. Oh, my sunscreen.
Hey, neighbor.
Hey, neighbor.
You guys are so
I feel like
close.
still have this fuck ass bing bong for you. You're welcome. I'm tough it out. I'm tough it out. I'm a big strong boy. Oh, there's no shade. Wait, it's not hurting me. Are we high enough? Or
Yeah,
does
we're
it
too
look-
high enough.
Oh, okay.
We're high
We're above the sun. I make that. Hoo-ah!
enough. Ooh,
Hey, don't make fun of my noise.
It's called vocal
very
stimming.
meaningless.
It's not making fun of.
No, I was making fun of.
Oh.
Hey! No, it's vocal stimming. For once, I agree with Ghosty.
What?
I mean, I always agree with Ghosty.
No, you don't. We hated each other for like 4 months.
I thought it was longer. than
Yeah.
that.
But then we stopped that, aren't I?
We did. We had a really running bit where I just say fuck you and like I hate you.
Yeah, I mean, I do that, but sometimes I get insecure that like I'm actually being mean, so then I feel bad.
No shames.
So usually, I'll just be nice. I'll try something new.
Yeah.
Hey,
It
neighbor.
was kind of like a running joke and then I got just tired of it. I was like, I don't really want to hate Brick.
Here's a coconut.
Brick's
You're
cool.
the first person to ever say that.
Why is there only 2 mushrooms? Or marshmallows?
Cause they get more scarce as we keep going.
I have
And
an extra wiener.
either that or, it depends on how many people are alive.
I don't know if
Did
ghosts
you-
can eat one anyways.
I'm just not, just in case. Cause I feel like I've tried
Yeah,
this
thanks.
achievement before,
Can you put those
and
in my backpack?
Yeah.
I feel like I tried this achievement before, and I think the marshmallow was what fucked me up.
No marshmallows for you.
Maybe. Hi, Paul.
Okay, so I'm definitely gonna die on this part, but I also have.
This is the
Holy
easiest
headset.
part.
Survive.
Mic? Yeah, her mic isn't very good.
Wait, why? What?
It's.
Is it actually
it's very
bad?
Blown out. Everyone who has that microphone, because you and Jesse and Pasta are all blown out when you play this game.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I would never have that microphone.
Y'all just told me
Okay, Brick's
this?
not bad. Yeah.
I didn't think. Well, maybe I'm used to it. I think Biko
I'm
always
used to
sounds
it,
bad.
but it's just.
I
I'll
thought
mention
Ghosty
it.
sounded fine.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was that
No,
bad.
I didn't either.
Should've
I
heard
heard
you when you were
200%.
laughing.
Yeah, I had to mute and like cover my mouth because I figured my laugh was like probably really fucking loud in that cave.
Wait, so was that all real?
My laugh? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. A lot of that
That's what I
sounded
was
so
telling you.
fake.
That's why, like, I told you not to be insecure about your laugh, because I have, like, 6 of them, and 3 of them block my airways.
Dude, I used to.
One of them she
I used to
turns
do
into a
fucking
goose, and it's really
hyena
funny.
I turn into a goose. We have the window washing one. We have the tea kettle, the wheeze, the belly laugh. Like, I have a lot of different laughs.
I have a few. I used to do the fucking Howley.
Also, it's just don't iPad kid cough.
Like that.
I used to sound like a fucking. Like a high monkey, like a monkey.
Don't do it! Don't do it!
Don't fucking make it. Are you dead? No way.
I think he's dead, Brick.
Yeah, I know. I see her fucking body. Not good. Cookie, get to her. Yes.
Here.
I threw it.
Ah.
I
Oh. Coming up. Brick, you're gonna have my hand.
Yes.
Don't throw it to me now. Give me a hand. Give me a hand, Brick.
I can't. My hands are in the bag.
Heal her.
I
You're
think
pulling
you
me,
have to
Brick.
drop her.
You're pulling me, Brick. You're pulling me. You're still holding me. What the heck?
You're mine. Good. I love you. Man, no, I think I just assumed you were fake laughing because I does that because it's like trauma. I thought you were just also doing it.
In my defense, I really thought that I was gonna make it, guys.
I was like, how did
Not
Ghosty,
one
like-
of you. You just.
I'm like, how does Ghosty struggle this area? This area's pretty easy. I see this shit done.
Jumps to her death.
Ow. Oh, my head hurts.
I filled my water, thanks. Oh shit.
Sorry,
Put
guys.
this shit in my bag.
I've never
Yeah.
heard you
Put this
laugh
in my
that
bag.
much. I kind of love that.
What?
Did you just eat one of those?
No.
I did. I ate one.
No. Oh, you put it back. Okay, I'm sorry.
Who
I didn't mean to
laughed?
Get aggressive and loud.
Who laughed? Who? You said someone laughed and you've never heard it before.
No, I said I've never heard you laugh like that.
Oh.
Like so much, and I fucking love it.
I'm like, guys, give me a hand!
I can't give you a hand, I'm climbing!
What was that? That just- What's that? I feel like I've never heard Ghosty sound like she's had this much fun before. You okay?
What the fuck was that chirp?
Wait, was that from one of us?
It was I can't even reconnect. I can't even redo it, and I'm the woman in this.
The woman of Why is that so funny?
Rick, you're gonna die. Get up.
I'm crying now.
I've been crying, bro.
I'm the woman. I don't have a very deep voice, so to make those noises is very easy for me.
It's weird. Like I think my voice isn't that deep, but like I feel like it varies.
Oh my god.
I feel like so. Is there a soundboard?
No, it's straight up Cookie.
I can just do it
dude,
really
The
well.
sound, it's actually so good. It sounds like a fucking soundboard.
Dude, I could not recreate it if I tried.
I would like to think of it as an inward scream.
I can't do that.
Like that?
Also, go
Yeah.
Just louder? Yeah.
Eggs for you.
Oh, okay. You sound like my cat.
I was drinking my water.
I'm so sorry, I heard that. That's the second person I've spilled water.
Well, I didn't spill it. I kept it in my mouth, but.
It was close. Oh, Brick!
Run!
Brick, run!
Oh.
Brick!
Jump to the train! I got you!
I couldn't find any eggs.
Okay.
Guys. Holy shit!
Yeah. That's what we saw while you were running.
I'm a woman. New vocal sim unlocked.
Be a good soundboard.
Wait, that's such a funny like join call. Someone joined it. I'm the woman.
I'm the woman.
Is that really the way you guys want to go? I'm fucking running. I'm a skedaddle.
Brick, it's safe. We just gotta let it cool down.
Oh well, I already ran.
Ghost.
God damn it! That's the most like bully something laugh. You actually laughed That's why I thought it was a fake laugh earlier. You're actually laughing at H-A-H-A. I can't even go like here's it.
My fucking stomach.
It's so not funny.
Bouncing off each other. You guys are making each other laugh. It's just never funny.
Dude, I can't get up. I'm so stuck.
I got you. Just come on.
Oh, my head
Thank you. Welcome to the team. It started as soon as we started this level.
Are you hungry? I see an egg over there. Do you want me to go get it?
I am hungry.
There's nothing in the... Here, you guys go make it the end. I'll go try to get the egg for you.
Okay, I think we're gonna cross paths after that one. Oh.
It's supposed to be H-A left
Is that what you thought was
not
fake,
wrong, though.
Brick?
Yeah. I have a friend who like start laughing, but then it'll get like way too exaggerated. You know it's fake. I thought you were doing that.
No.
It's just her laugh.
I've never heard her laugh that much. I had no idea.
It only happens a few times.
I promise I'm not making fun of it.
Most of the time I do my little pity laugh, I'm gonna be honest.
I make a joke out of it, I'm like, well,
The
I'm
last
not
time I heard you laugh like this is when we went bowling.
Yeah.
awesome.
You should, Brick. Oh.
Oh,
Oh, Brick, we gotta go!
No, I guess I'm turning around.
Dude, I'm dead. I have no stamina.
no! Why'd you go that way?
I don't know. Live on without me, I guess.
She's dead. I'll eat that egg though, Brick. I'm hungry. Run, Brick, run!
Brick, here's the strat. If I just die every round, then I'll never have to eat.
True. Also, I don't know if this was heard earlier, but you said you do your pity laugh, so it's fucking. I noticed when you do that, I'm just like, shit, I guess I'm not making that joke.
No, and the worst part is it's not even like a full pity laugh, like I'm only laughing to fill the air. I do find it funny, but it's like a
I mean, I feel like my laughs are kind of fake, I'll be honest. Like, usually in person, I kind of just like, I do like the silent. It's just kind of breathe. Jesus Christ. My laugh is usually just kind of like breathing and like I smile. But when I'm in a call, I sort of feel bad. Because like, someone makes a joke and then my laugh doesn't get picked up. It makes it feel like the joke doesn't land.
yeah.
And as a comedian guy, I know what that feels like. So I try to like laugh. That's why my laugh has become so like exaggerated.
No, you're so good.
It's so funny though, Brick. Your Brick is so fucking funny.
Your Brick.
I mean, sometimes it's like a real life. Like I don't know, it's kind of
Brick.
become my laugh, I guess. But what'd you say about my Brick?
Your laugh is the HA.
Dude, it was the most HA laugh I've ever heard. You were actually ha ha.
That was the most text-to-speech laugh I've
You keep saying it. Turn the Texas speech button off.
Just revive me.
Dude, I'm sweating, but I can't turn my fan off because it's gonna be so, or turn my fan on because it's gonna be so loud.
Here I come.
Here, neighbor, I got you an egg. And
Thanks. Nom nom nom.
You can cook it at the campfire. Oh, you should have waited to cook it. But
I was hungry. Turns out the death does not get rid of your hunger bar. Alright, ooh ee ah ooh ee ah ooh ooh ee ah ooh ee ah ooh. I can carry any like I don't know anything. Can I just feel useful? Can I just be useful? Be done.
okay, now like the fat ass I am, my whole inventory is fucking.
It works. It works. Do you want a balloon?
Food, thick mints, a wiener.
You have a-
granola
Put a balloon in
bar.
mine.
Yeah,
Put a
yeah,
balloon
yeah.
in mine.
Here, I'll take. Be done.
I feel like
No, I didn't put it in. Cookie, come back.
Oh,
Well, if I fall, then how am I gonna use the med
it was too
kit?
small. I didn't feel it when you put it in.
That's
Well,
crazy.
like, as you're falling, you pop it, and then you hit the ground. You still have time to use it.
We're just gonna ignore what he
Never
said.
mind. I think me and Cookie are better off.
Jesse arrived
Best Brick
home.
didn't hear that.
Jesse, I love Jesse.
He loves you. Don't worry. Okay, I have only beaten this area once, so good luck.
You've only ever beat the game once.
Yo, one time it glitched out.
Amateur.
Yeah, I don't play. I play Peak for the haha funnies, not for completing the game.
I think you've been pretty funny today.
Oh, dude, I love the fucking hysteria.
My fucking stomach.
Dude,
Dude.
I don't know if you heard that laugh like hacking cough I did. I thought it was about.
It's okay. I've been coming all day.
What? It's okay.
I've had a cough all day.
Dude, I love how you would laugh, and I hear Cookie's laugh, and I hear you laugh again.
Dude, we were just going off of each other.
Dude, that shit used to happen all the time with me.
Dude, as soon as they made that bird noise, it fucking went downhill.
Fucking pterodactyl head ass. How do you do that show consistently?
Alright, let's assess the damage.
I'm not trying anymore.
Let's assess the
Does someone
damage.
have an empty inventory space?
Yeah, I do.
No.
Hold that.
I think we
think
go
this way.
this way, and then we go up, and we go up, and then we go like, or maybe we go up like this way. I
Or
think I
like
like
this.
side more, actually.
Okay.
Follow the sexy guy over there.
No, I follow him.
Attractive, sexy, and humble. What? Who?
Oh.
I really was gonna turn around and just beat him the fuck.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I would have definitely heard it before I saw it.
Yeah, I would have just been so loud about my death.
No!
Hey, I'm a firm believer of loud is funny as long as you're not like saying.
Doubt loud is super funny.
It's like,
Loud
oh,
is.
loud doesn't even funny. Get the fuck. That's why I yell at people. I feel bad sometimes. I hope people.
If you're like purposefully being funny, like annoyingly, then it gets to a point.
Yeah. When you're like an iPad kid. There's that video after I'm making that joke. Scratch that one.
I don't even mean to iPad cough. It kind of just like comes out. Just forget to cover. Yeah, I just forget to cover my mouth half the time, and even when I cover my mouth, everyone's like, "Guys, stop iPad kid coughing."
Okay, I guess I'm just a fat little bitch then, huh? I've been here for like 20 fucking seconds.
Hi, baby.
Hi, honey.
My ass
We're
is
peeking.
I see that.
Jesse!
I need to make a steak.
A steak?
Yeah.
A steak?
You wanted steak.
Yeah.
I want a steak. When
Okay.
Can I come over?
Yeah, you can come over.
Call me a woman the way my name is Mistake.
We should try and get our hands on a barbecue.
What?
What?
I said when I come over, we should try and get our hands on a barbecue for.
We should. I want a barbecue. Oh, there you go.
No, barbecues get pretty hot. I wouldn't invite you to your hands. I'm a good fucking dad.
You gotta find a woman then first, Brick.
Fuck!
Don't worry, I'm in the same boat.
I think we just go back down and around. I don't see a way over.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh.
Pussies.
Yeah, that might work. What'd you say?
What? I didn't say anything.
I didn't know you had that. Yeah, go roll, idiot.
Do you think I can make the jump?
Here, I'll test. Fuck.
Wait.
Wait, I survived.
Go see, if you want the achievement, you have to make it, I'm pretty sure.
Don't
You suck,
bother.
Matt.
I don't know. I wouldn't
Wow,
bother.
we went through all this. Oh, let me look at that. We went through all this effort so she gets the achievement, and she just fucking does that. Gosh, you're coming.
Do you find her?
Yeah. Get the medkit ready, you sexy nurse.
What?
In my defense, I thought the rope was closer and I could just hit E on it.
No.
I said I don't think he was close enough. And I'm always right.
No.
Well, I was right about that. So far, my track record.
I wouldn't count that as always right then, Brick.
Well, name a time where I've been wrong, huh?
Um,
Exactly.
but next time you're wrong, I'll rub it in your face. How about that?
No, we're fine.
A gasp and a yell from Brick, and we're fine.
Shut up.
Tech it. Tech it. Tech it. I didn't tech it. It's okay. It's okay.
I don't think that's the way to go for it.
To be honest, your way does not look too much better.
Oh yeah?
I don't know, actually. I mean, I don't know, it looks hard to get there.
Just crawl this way, Brick.
No, I'm committing. I'm going my highway.
Go.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Climb.
I
You tell us that. I'm gonna be so annoying about that from now on. I hope you know. I don't know. I'll probably forget.
Brick, I don't know if there's a way for you to go, bud.
Yeah, there is. Good. I'll be coming around the mountain when you come.
Is there a way to go, Ghost?
Kind of. There's ledges. You just burn, so you have to be quick. If you go around the lava rock, though, there's a ledge that you can stand on that doesn't burn you. Over here. Over here. Okay, over here. I got you.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, who's up and who's down?
I don't want to hear it, Brick. We're making it.
Sorry, I can't hear you from all the way down there.
Watch him be lower than us. Oh wait, no, he is higher. Right there.
Methinks.
And then we can try and get up to where Brick was.
Guys, I have a flare.
Yeah?
That's wonderful.
Oh, thanks, Brick.
I now can't see shit.
Oh my god, I have no stamina. I'll be there in a sec.
Okay.
I wish it on the display. I can't see jack shit.
What do you need? Check my backpack if you need that.
No, I'm good. Does he know we can't understand him from that far away?
No.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Mhm.
This way. I didn't jump.
It's okay. I made it right where you were.
I see division. Gotta kind of Spider-Man around that shit. Yeah.
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 And then across or up?
Up more, and then we can get a better.
Okay.
Oh, the Brick's been here.
Yeah. That's why I said, oh wait, never mind, he is higher than us.
Brick!
I'm kind of scared that we can't hear him. I liked it better when we could kind of hear him. Oh wait, he's been up here.
Well, I think he made
Oh,
it
I see him. Hey, neighbor.
Hey, Brick!
I forgot that, like, utilizing food's kind of important, especially for this part.
Yeah.
Cookie? Cookie? Okay,
What?
we're good. I was slightly
I don't
falling.
have the time.
I know. You're good.
This is not the way to go.
Okay, well, shit.
Guys, I would recommend coming to Ryan.
I jumped. Oh, okay. Ooh, does anyone need a first aid?
I'll use it.
Actually, I do.
Oh.
Where are you guys?
Down.
I don't
See
know.
us, Brick?
We gotta get up on that rock somehow.
I kind of have
French.
Oh.
Can I eat them? Thanks. So did you guys find any helpful items or anything?
No.
No.
Ah, shit. I mean, I think it's the same way I went, which I found a dead end, but maybe it'll be better this time. My buns are getting quite toasty.
I have no stamina.
Behind you, Ghost.
I'm gonna end up burning.
Oh. We may
I'm
have to
still
redo it.
burning. No, my achievement.
How the fuck was that? Wait, did you fall far? Or you just hot?
I'm just hot.
She's a... I have a rope. Maybe I can rope you.
Okay.
Oh, you're so hungry.
Tell me when.
No, that's good.
Sorry about my keyboard.
Oh my god. I'm getting hungrier by the second, so this hungry, like, flame combo is not working. Yeah, go down. Thank you. Thank you. God, I can't.
I don't have anything to help.
It's okay. Let me see if I just get all the fire down, if I can, like, quickly get it.
Ghost,
What?
where are you?
Down here still.
I got confirmation from Reddit. Eat the marshmallow.
Thank you. I was gonna say marshmallows seem like a natural not packaged. Well, it's not natural, but
They're not natural. What?
You know what a marshmallow is?
I think they're most protein.
okay, I need to come back. Thank you. I need to redo that jump.
Marshmallows are natural.
Are they not?
Still good. The most
I'm coming, Cookie.
Come quicker.
Okay, I was gonna say,
If you insist.
What?
You're not waiting for Brick.
Brick can handle. I'm getting away from heat.
Oh, I came back for you like 3 times. Oh, Brick can handle chill. Listen. I hope that marshmallow didn't count.
I hate to say it, but it might be somewhere over there, and I don't wanna.
No. Don't say it. Don't say it. Climb.
She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. Ah man, if only I didn't drop my 2 pitons.
Yeah, actually, those would be so helpful.
Yeah, especially the way I'm going, because there's nowhere to stand.
Yeah. Ah, fuck. There goes all my extra.
I got hurt.
Cookie, I already tried over there. That doesn't really work. Fuck, I think we have to go back down here. Okay. Oh, you're right. Sorry, I know.
I won't be able to make it.
Here. I'll give you a reach, I'll give you a hand.
No, I have like not even 25% stamina.
Wait, I have an idea.
Fuck the lava. Brick, give me a hand.
Come on. Go!
No!
She's dead. Leave her. We gotta run, Brick.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Do you think we make that? Cookie.
Wait, hold on. Let's try up here.
Okay. Can we get up there?
I don't know. No. It's hot.
I'll remember you.
Wait, give me a hand. I might be able to make it if you give me a hand.
Lunch.
Okay, so about that.
I'll remember you. Here, Cookie, catch. No, Cookie, can.
Throw it to me.
Fuck. Dude, it was so hard to see. The mints are so thick.
Brick.
Cookie, I'll remember you.
I'm going down with the ship.
Maybe there's a luggage somewhere. I can find like rope or something. I don't know.
See you later, ghost.
Cookie, no.
Brick.
Cookie, or Ghosty, spectate me. Is there any luggage anywhere? You see?
Bye, Brick.
Oh, Cookie. I'll remember you.
I see nothing.
Well, I guess I'll just carry the team, like always.
Yeah.
As I'm going like probably the worst fucking way I could be.
Mhm.
Alright, thanks for the pig laugh. I guess I'll just go fuck myself.
Yeah, Brick, if you actually climb straight up. No, go back to where you were. That, to your left. Not
My
that
left?
The other way. Yeah, your left.
This way?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then climb straight up.
I don't know what the fuck happened there.
And then go to the, yeah, keep going straight.
I don't know, apparently I'm pretty bad at doing
No,
that.
keep going to your bed. Keep going, alright. There's a little ledge there.
Thanks for the pity laugh. I know, I'll be honest, the pity laughs help sometimes.
Would you rather her be completely silent?
Yeah, that's I was thinking about it, I'm like, no, I think I prefer the pity laugh. At least it's something. Freedom!
We were so close too. That's so upsetting.
Yeah. Hey, but you have Bing Bong.
Going around the mountain, wanna shake hands? Don't worry, I brought Bing Bong.
Yay. It's a party.
Bing bong, I miss them. Thanks. Bing bong, will I ever see my friends again? Shut up, Bing bong.
Shut up, Bing Bong.
It's like a magic 8-ball. You get so, like, pissed when it doesn't give you the answer you want.
Fuck you, Bing
See, I
Bong.
want to throw him, but I won't just in case, like, it does, for whatever reason, still give Cookie the achievement.
It should. And I think it should give Ghost the achievement, too.
I already had it.
Well, I'm pretty sure for those ones, I'm pretty sure you have to make it. Guys, want to see me do a backflip?
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh!
Oh my god.
Just live, Frick. Just live. Don't die.
Why am I dying so fast? Oh. What happened?
Oh my death.
I never got the badge. I didn't get the
I
badge.
wasn't even worried. Dude, why did I die so fucking fast?
I don't know.
I
Dangle in air for a bit longer.
have to pee.
Good luck.
Go.
If we want to go for achievements, we should probably just go on Tenderfoot.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tenderfoot still works. I will be right back.
Let me.
Yeah.
I don't know what gives me what, so I'm just gonna go for what I think would be easiest. Escape the island without ever losing consciousness. I doubt I can do that one. Climb past the roots without ever having more than 25% spores. Probably do that one. Restore 200 total poison by using items. Climb past the mesa without ever having more than 10% heat.
Wait! I forgot I stole a popsicle from work the other day. I have a popsicle. Okay, actually, I feel like I should reiterate. I didn't actually steal it. It was in the break room. I was allowed to take it.
Just the way you went, wait!
Thank you. I think I'm fine. Can you hear that?
Yes, very loudly.
Is it like? Do I just get turn it off?
Turn it off, please. Very loud.
Okay. Why are you off? I might just. I don't know. I think
Look a little
the
too
last-
closely at the blazing sun. What is that? Do I just have to stare at the sun?
Oh, with a. I think you have to be in the mesa. I think, and with the binoculars. You might not have to be in the mesa. I don't know, but I want to say you do. Popsicle. There's your watermelon. But dude, that was probably one of the funniest sessions I've ever had in this game.
Can we do this and have a lot of cactuses stuck to you?
That was pretty easy.
Escape the island after cooking and eating a coconut half, a honeycomb, a yellow winterberry, and an egg.
That was actually not that bad because we know where to get eggs and the berries. But
Try all 5 types of shroomberry in a single expedition.
I don't remember seeing a honeycomb.
That's in the roots. They're in the tree trunks.
Yeah, well, one thing is I don't remember seeing one.
Eat 3 hot dogs in 5 seconds or less. Is that the wieners on the stick?
Yeah.
I'll do that one. Cook and eat a mandrake. Resurrect your friend using unholy means. I feel like I've done that one.
That's one of the only ones I need. I'm pretty sure you need to use that notebook.
Oh.
thingy. I need that one, climbing past the Alpine without ever having more than like 25% cold or whatever. And I need to cure myself of a zombie infection. I just don't think I've ever gotten bit by a zombie.
I've done that.
What was that brag or anything? How many hours do I have in this game? Let me check. Never mind. I don't want to share that number out loud.
How many hours?
Yeah. I feel there's a
How
lot
many
for
hours
this
do you think
game.
I have?
I just cheated. I just looked.
Oh, 40 almost.
I would have guessed less though. I would have guessed like 28 to 32.
It's very.
What?
What is the achieve flight?
You have to put 6 balloons on at the same time,
Oh, I feel like I've done that one.
and then you start going up. I'm pretty sure that's how you get this bad boy. One of my favorite hats.
I don't have any
Or
good.
maybe not actually. Maybe it's this one that you get. I actually don't remember. No, I think this one's something to do with the cannon actually. I don't
Shoot
remember.
across the. That's probably shoot across the mesa and the cannon.
Oh, yeah, probably. It's been a while since I've done a lot of these. How the fuck did I jump? Oh, whatever. Damn. Usually she pisses faster than this. You think she fell
She's
in?
probably talking with Jesse.
I want to talk to Jesse. Want to see me do that? Oh, fuck. Uma Musume. This popsicle is really yummy.
He said you're 12. Love his pops.
No.
I love it.
Nuh-uh. I sound like a big, grown, strong man.
Sure you are.
I was gonna make a joke, but I don't want to bring up your guys' trauma.
What?
I was gonna make a joke that Jesse kept making one night that you guys did not sound like you appreciated.
I don't even remember that.
I was saying, my mom said that I'm a
Oh,
really
shut
big.
the fuck up.
I told you wouldn't have appreciated it. Dude, this feels wrong. I'm eating a watermelon popsicle, and like the bottom has like the white part and the green part, and I feel like I shouldn't be eating it. You're not supposed to do that on the watermelon. Damn, she's taking a long time.
Again, she's probably talking with Jesse.
No, I think she fell in. I think that makes more sense. By the way, how much can you hear me munching and sucking on this popsicle? Am I like really obnoxious? I'm trying to be kind of quiet about it, but I don't know.
I'll
You didn't answer my question.
let you figure it out.
I give me more obnoxious on purpose. Actually, I don't know how I would do that.
start deep throating you.
That sounds painful. I could try though. I didn't like that. I'm sad. My popsicle's gone.
Playing with a 12-year-old here.
No. Wait, who's the oldest one here?
You.
Wait, no, isn't Ghosty older than me? By like a little bit?
Ghost 21.
I'm 21.
She turns 22 July.
Yeah, I turned 22 in September.
So she's oldest. I'm 19.
Ah, Grandma. Wait, you're 19?
Yeah.
You're a baby!
I feel like you've known this.
You guy. Well, I don't know. It feels like new information to me. If I knew at one point, I completely forgot until just now.
And then Jesse's just a year older than I am, so Jesse's only 20.
You guys are babies. Such little guys.
No, you're just no.
I don't know why you said hunk, like with an H.
No, old fuck.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a hunk.
No.
So I definitely thought you were just gonna check my hours, but that's what I'll say. I have 99 hours.
Damn.
I think I have more than both of you guys combined.
Probably.
Actually, maybe not. I think Yoshi had more than I thought.
No, I think she's got close to what I had.
Yeah, and you have like 40 something. 46 plus like 55. Is that more or less than me? I don't know how to count.
Pasta!
Basta, I love you.
How's it going? Would you like to join?
Basta,
King.
look, it's Uma Musume. Quickly go. I actually don't know which chat Pasta's in. I don't know if he's in Ghosties or yours.
He's in mine.
Uma Musume! Get it?
Because it's a fucking
What?
okay.
Can I tell your
Oh,
uncle
wow.
I say hi? These horses look fucking stupid. Am I wrong? Like, look at them.
It's so crooked. I got you, Brick. I'll say hi for you.
Thanks, Pasta. She's back as you're moving. Uma Musume!
That's because you're pushing her with your fucking horse.
No, her VTuber's moving.
Oh.
Uma Musume! I saw you pull out that book. I know you're here. I see you smiling and laughing. I see your mouth moving. Actually, you might be eating. Looks like you're chewing. Are you eating?
Drake, I just
I don't-
finished my water, Paul. I'll finish
I don't
the
have her
last
headphones
little
on.
bit.
I was just shaking your head, yes, in VTuber. Or was just shaking one. I don't really know what that meant. There was a lot of body movement for a yes. Why do I have to hide you? Oh, wait, I just ate a popsicle. That's like... That probably counts.
That's a crunchy ass.
Weren't you guys eating steak?
I have a snack because the steak isn't being made right now.
I was gonna say, I think you cooked the steak too long.
Yeah, she's cooking it. He just has to wait for it to defrost.
Did you tell Jesse I say hi?
Babe! Jesse! Honey bear! Hi, Spence.
Doesn't take that quickly to come here.
Yes,
Rick
dear.
says he loves you.
Oh, I love you too, Brick. I'm making a steak dinner for the two of us.
Mm-hmm.
No, not you.
Can I
Oh.
try a bite?
No, not you.
So you're making steak for you and Brick?
Yeah.
Not for me?
Not me.
Let's
Yeah.
go!
Not for Cookie?
No.
What the fuck? I'm
Because he asked if he can come over
No.
and have some.
No, fuck you.
Wait, you think if I yell loud enough, Jesse can hear me?
Jesse, can you hear me?
I can hear you talking. Her headphones are so loud.
I heard myself.
What did you have to say to him, Brick?
You already said. I can say it again.
Jesse, I love you.
I love you too, Brick.
Bug! Bug, get off of my keyboard!
Hi, Bug.
He's such a fat fucking chud. You want a photo of him?
A photo?
A,
What?
a photo?
Yes, please. I'd love to see Bug.
I got you.
I love meow meows. Guys, look at all my achievements I have. Look at my chest.
What?
I said, look, you can see all the achievements I have on my sash.
Hi, Donkey! Hello, hello!
Look at mine.
I have so many achievements. Hold on, I have received a DM. Bug. Hi, Bug.
He's so fat and comfortable, dude.
He is.
Me for real. Bug's
Oh my god, look at this photo! Look at how he looks!
What did you do to him?
I called him fat and comfortable.
He took that personally.
Sorry, Bug. I made some bread rolls called Puff Puffs. I want a puff 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 puff.
I love you just the way you are.
Dude, you have to meet Bug. Everyone needs to meet Bug.
I've met Bug.
Dude, traveling is scary though. Also, I feel like, I kind of feel like I would feel like an asshole if I come and visit like you guys, because I haven't known you as long as I've known one of my other friends that like I refused to visit. Like they even had a whole thing planned. Like one of my friends here.
Then just don't tell them, Brick.
I
Yeah,
could have
just
gone so
don't.
easily.
Just don't tell
I
them,
turned it
Brick.
down,
Think
and
how
Just
much
don't tell them,
shit
Brick.
you would've did.
Just don't tell them, Brick. Just don't tell
then I
them,
feel
Brick.
bad.
Just
Why are you the first time? Sorry, I got.
Just don't tell them, Brick.
But like traveling's scary. I have a fear of heights. Planes are scary.
I have a fear of heights too. In planes, no. Hold on. If you have a thing of Jello, and you put a piece of paper in the Jello, and then you move the Jello around, the piece of paper is like the plane, and the Jello is like the turbulence. So the plane doesn't move. It's just the turbulence is moving with the plane.
You had him at Jello.
What the fuck is? I want Jello.
He
I
just ate a
like-
popsicle like 10 minutes ago.
Dude, I wish I had another one. But
I want one. I'll be back.
Okay.
I want one. Get me one.
Okay, do you want lime or do you want watermelon?
Oh, I just had a watermelon one. I want another watermelon.
Want another watermelon? Okay.
Yes, please. Anyway, should I go keep going on my rant of why traveling is scary?
No, because you're coming.
I love.
We have attempted one climb and we made it. Our first try.
Bug is gaming. Go Bug.
You can hear his bell.
Dude, I'm waiting for extremes to just end.
Bug! Bug, come here. Bug!
Bug. Bug, I love you. You know, I also get homesick. I don't know how well I do, like being in like not having my own bed in my own room, and
You
also
could
just,
share
I
the
don't like
couch.
showering in other people's showers. It's scary and stressful.
I didn't shower while I was there. I showered before and then after.
No, I could.
I was
not
only
start
there
my
for a
day
few
if I can't.
days.
I cannot start my day if I don't shower in the morning. I feel gross and icky and yucky and sticky and stinky and gross and greeny, greasy and grimy.
Okay, I don't mind sharing someone's showers. It's shitting in someone else's bathroom. That's what I don't like.
She found that one funny.
I don't think she's listening, guys.
You know, I mean, like, I used to be like that, but I've had so many times where I had to take a shit at work or else I would die, so I got used to it. I just feel bad using up all their toilet paper. Because I use a lot of it.
You should come.
Well, if you say so. Give you a few minutes. I'm sorry, that was gross. That was uncomfortable.
No, for 4th of July break, we'd shoot fireworks. And go bowling.
Wait, well, hold on. When is July? I don't know if I actually. I don't know if I'd be able to, because I already have time
Well,
taken off for
Next
August.
month is June.
Okay.
Next month is July.
I forget if my boss said I need to ask for time off like 3 weeks or 3 months. Probably 3 weeks, but I'm already taking a whole week off in August. I'd feel bad if I take another week off.
Oh, I wouldn't be there the whole week. I'd only be there from Friday to maybe Monday.
I don't know. I don't know if I want my first ever time being on a plane being alone. That like just sounds fucking terrible for me.
I would never fly. I just drive there. I'm close enough to drive.
Well, I don't have that liberty.
Well, then fly.
I don't know how to drive, and I'm 2 time zones away, even if I did know how to.
I mean, you're probably like, what, 30 hours away by driving?
Maybe. Let me say my address out loud so you can look it up for me. I live on. I was gonna ask if you knew which state I live in, but you definitely do. There was that whole desert bit. What the fuck happened to you?
There's just some realistic
I grabbed my popsicle and I was unwrapping it and it fell off of the stick onto the floor. And that was my last watermelon one.
No, not the watermelon.
No, it touched the floor. The floor's where the cats
was in
throw
the
up.
bag.
How am I supposed to eat it without the stick? Can I have a spoon?
You may have a spoon.
Oh.
How did you pick up that bug?
It fell on the ground in front of me and Jesse started laughing.
The background laughing.
I watched it fall in slow motion as my heart broke. And then I looked at him as I started crying and he got up, started laughing. He's laughing now!
This is bullshit. She was laughing at first too.
It was a PTSD laugh.
Don't you know about the stages of
This
grief,
has happened
Jesse? She's
before.
already gone from that stage.
Nom, 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 nom.
No,
She's off to the next one
stage.
now.
Time for acceptance.
Love you.
Love you.
It kind of tastes like shit. Does this taste normal to you?
Oh, I never had one before. Hold on.
Does it taste weird?
I would eat it.
You would eat it? So it's not gonna like kill me? Did these expire?
Dude, all that crying
Okay.
for it.
Don't ask
It tastes fucking terrible.
This is like shit.
This sucks.
It tastes like perfume.
The steak?
Have you tasted
No,
perfume
the-
before?
What have I been crying about for the last 2 seconds?
I thought you didn't need it. I
That
thought
was
you were
long
right.
enough.
No, he saved it because apparently when it fell perfectly still in the wrapper. So Jesse saved it for me and gave me a spoon.
Also, have you noticed that you're not where you were when you left?
Yeah, Buck was playing.
Oh, really? Actually?
Yeah, Buck.
We
Buck
could
did a
just
little
hear the
gaming.
bells and then you started walking.
Yeah.
You're joking. Bug!
No.
No. I
Bug!
was actually a little scared that he would actually like click something, and I don't know like if he would have fucked anything up.
Look at him.
I was a little
Okay,
scared.
so we were playing Minecraft yesterday, Brick, and Jesse went to go help Ghost with something, and he put Jesse into BIOS. Like, shut his computer down into BIOS. It's so funny.
I don't know. You guys are making me actually want to like
See,
consider visiting.
You can tell when the cats are on my keyboard and moving me because my model picks up from all the way to my door. So if I was anywhere near my keyboard, it would have picked up my face unless I turned off my phone. But my phone, you would have known. Because I can't come grab my phone without my tracking turning on.
Wait, Cookie, what did you do when you visited? Did you just crash on the couch?
Yeah,
Would we share the couch?
there might be enough room. We're both 6'2".
We can cuddle.
There's-
You can't really cuddle on that couch. It's like a one person, but it's long.
The long way. Oh, like we can sleep like on top of each other. Like a stack of pancakes.
Oh my.
I love pancakes.
I like waffles and French toast.
I do
French
not
toast is the
discriminate.
best.
I do. Fuck
okay.
pancakes.
What?
Okay,
I like
every
waffles
pancake.
a little more than pancakes.
Ev-
Because they're crunchy.
Yeah, every pancake I've had has been like illy gooey kind of in the middle. Like, I don't like how soft it is. Like, especially with syrup, like at a certain point you're just eating sludge.
I like sludge. Sweet, sweet sludge.
What foods do you
I
not
like
Rick?
bacon.
Bacon.
I don't like potato salad.
I like egg salad.
That is the only food that'll genuinely make me throw up if I try and eat it.
That's the
Egg salad?
only thing.
Mm-hmm. I like egg salad.
Well, okay, I thought you were just gonna say that you don't like, but then sure.
No,
I don't know
there
if-
I had okay, so when I was a kid, we were eating it at my like family barbecue and my mom put some on my plate and was like, "You're going to eat this." And I was like, "But I don't want to eat this." And she's like, "You got to eat this." So, I was trying to wash it down with water and ended up spitting it up into my water and my mom thought I did it on purpose and got pissed at me and I got put in timeout.
That's like the biggest bullshit I've. What the fuck? Here, eat this.
Don't worry.
You like it? Fuck you.
My mom also thought that I broke my hand in a wood splitter on purpose to get out of cutting wood.
Oh, wait, sorry. What am I allowed to say?
Anything?
What a fucking idiot.
To her or to her mom, because like either way.
The mom.
Yeah, she was like, for a split second, I thought you did it on purpose. And I was like, bitch, what? My hand, it hurts. I have 3
Dude,
stitches.
Why do moms be crazy sometimes?
Your mama crazy? I know. I love my mom, though. She just always thought I was
I like
doing
my
shit on
dad's mom.
purpose. Because I was doing shit on purpose. I was a bad kid. I got whipped.
What?
Oh my god, there was this one time that I was lying and my mom thought, no, I wasn't lying, but I lied a lot as a kid. And my mom thought I was lying for that instance. And I was like, Mom, I'm not lying. You gotta believe me. And she like, she was driving and I was like, in the passenger and she like swung her hand and like hit me in the mouth. And because of my teeth and how fucked up they are, my lip got cut open like really, really bad. And I started bleeding and she felt so bad that she didn't let me go to school for a week. And then she made me try and clean it up with dirty snow from the outside to try and stop the bleeding.
What? You rub your dirty snow.
And then like during the week off from school, because I think she didn't want anyone to think that she was like abusing me, she would always come into my room and check how I'm doing. I felt loved that week. Don't worry, that's just my stepmom. We can go into my bio mom another time.
Okay.
I got some crazy
I don't
family
like
lore. I love being a VTuber. And the worst part,
Sometimes I'm, like, glad
none
that
of you
I don't
bitches
have
would
a
know.
life.
Oh, what? Oh, hello? What did I do to my arm? Help!
What did you do?
I think you did that on purpose.
No, I'm running. Yay!
At least for a second the mirror, you're running like a gay
Dude,
person.
you are so running like a gay prince. How did you do that?
And I don't like my mom, but I like my friend's mom. I was at his house yesterday, and she thanked me for staying over there like all day. I was like, aren't I usually supposed to like thank you? Shut up, Cookie. This is. Now I wanna. Now this make me like think about visiting.
Dude, you gotta visit.
Do it.
And we
You're
can go to the lakes and we can camp. Well, not camp, but we can like cook out and like swim. I love the lake and fireworks.
I wanna go
There's
bowling
also
again when I
a
go.
4th of July. There's also a 4th of July part like boat parade that they do at the lake.
Yeah, don't specify what lake.
Yeah. The lake that I like to go to, which is far away.
It's not that far.
We could also do the cruise too.
There's a
I'd
cruise.
probably have to do it.
Oh, the car cruise.
Yeah.
Because I already have like a kind of vacation plan this week that I'm probably gonna be spending, or not this week, this year that I already have time off from work for, and I'd probably have to be spending like a lot of money. Yeah, I'll just shut up. Yeah, I'll just fuck up. Plus, I don't know. I still don't know if I could travel, especially like if I have to go on a plane by myself. What the fuck are we doing? Is this what pretzels feel like?
We're a Doug trio.
Can I be the tallest one in the back?
Yeah, here.
Well, you are.
Oh.
Oh, thanks. I'm going up.
Alright, we're ready.
Okay, you've heard of Doug Trio, but have you heard of a Wug Trio? It's a real thing! Yeah, I guess I'll just go fuck myself. Wait, shit, guys, I can't do another one.
What?
I have work tomorrow. I'm so fucked, I forgot. I am not ready for bed at all, but I gotta go.
God.
Fuck.
Brick, you
This
suck.
actually sucks. I don't want to get off, like, at all.
No, it's okay. I have to get
I mean,
off
to be honest,
soon
I'm-
anyway.
Okay, well, I'm
Well, I was gonna do one more and then call it.
I don't know, I just don't trust with how long they take sometimes. But I mean,
Yeah, no, they take a while.
I have not been able to, like, sleep recently. I'm probably gonna be in bed in 3 hours anyway, so I probably could stay until the hours.
I just got off, bruh.
I just closed the game.
Well, I can still hang out and talk to you guys.
True, true.
Are we ending stream?
What?
Are we ending the
What?
stream?
Yeah, I'm going to.